Rachel, wearing a stunning blue kimono, looked overwhelmed as she stood quietly like a wallflower at the party. Noticing her hesitation, I gently took her hand. It felt soft and delicate, like silk, and my heart skipped a beat at the touch. "If you'd like." My suggestion made Rachel pause, but after a moment, she nodded slightly. "My name is Ryan, and I'm 30 years old. I work for a small and medium-sized business that specializes in wholesale liquor distribution. We primarily handle sake, a type of Japanese alcohol brewed by local breweries. Tomorrow is the first major event I've planned and executed since joining this company mid-career. It's a large-scale sake tasting event. While the main guests are international buyers, the event has been widely advertised to locals and tourists alike, making it open to everyone. The event coincides with a local festival, drawing in crowds of not just locals but also international visitors. A reception party is being held today in anticipation of such an event tomorrow. The hotel ballroom is buzzing with invited foreign buyers and representatives from local breweries. We've ensured interpreters are available for all the international guests, allowing even the brewery owners who only speak Japanese to converse comfortably with the buyers. Feeling somewhat relieved by the friendly atmosphere, I scanned the room for any issues. That's when I noticed a beautiful woman in a kimono standing alone. It was Rachel, the daughter of the president of Irwin Brewery. Her appearance was captivating. The gradient of her kimono, transitioning from light blue near the neckline to a deep blue at the sleeves, was adorned with floral patterns that rippled like waves. Her beauty rivaled the elegance of her outfit. Her almond-shaped, double-lidded eyes were accented with perfectly applied shadow, and her straight nose complemented her soft pink lips. Her loosely pinned-up black hair swayed gently as she moved. Despite her stunning appearance, she stood there looking lonely and out of place. I hurried over to her. "Rachel, is everything okay? Are you feeling unwell?" When I asked, she slowly lifted her head, her forlorn gaze meeting mine, and murmured, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed by the atmosphere." Rachel gave a small, strained smile, but she looked tired. "Rachel, you look absolutely stunning in that kimono. It's such a shame for someone so beautiful to be a wallflower at this party." I tried to sound cheerful, but her expression didn't brighten. "Well, both my father and you encouraged me to give it a try, so I did my best. But I'm naturally shy, and even when someone talks to me, I struggled to respond properly, and then." Rachel hesitated, covering her mouth slightly as if unsure whether to continue. Finally, she frowned slightly and spoke. "Talking through an interpreter is just awkward." Since Rachel only speaks Japanese, she couldn't understand the foreign guests directly. Although the interpreter translated for her, she often hesitated over how to respond, leading to awkward pauses. And during the interpreter's translation of her reply, the silence felt unnatural to her. They talked a lot in English, but when it's translated into Japanese, it was so short. It makes me wonder if the interpreter is leaving something out. I start to get suspicious. "I'm sorry. I know it's just my imagination." Overthinking it all had left her exhausted, making her retreat into the background. "I'm sorry. This event is the result of all your hard work, and I can't even handle it properly." As she slumped in dejection, I smiled and extended my hand. Rachel tilted her head slightly in confusion. "In that case, why don't we go around together? I know a lot of people here, and I was planning to greet them anyway. Maybe having me with you will make it a bit easier." Rachel hesitated at my invitation. "But won't I just be in the way?" I firmly took her hand before she could refuse. Her soft touch made my heart race slightly. "Not at all. It would be an honor to accompany you." I flashed a bright smile and gently but confidently led her forward. Rachel silently followed me. Our first stop was to meet my French friend, Claude. "Claude, it's been a while. Thanks for coming." When I greeted him, Rachel visibly froze, her mouth agape in shock. She was surprised because I had spoken in French. Claude, unfazed by Rachel's reaction, gave me a big hug. He then turned to hug Rachel, but I quickly stopped him. "No, Claude. Japanese women aren't used to physical contact like that," I said firmly, and Claude chuckled and replied in flawless Japanese, "Not hugging such a beautiful woman would be rude, don't you think? You're doing that on purpose." Even with his perfect Japanese, his reasoning wasn't convincing. I smiled awkwardly, translated the exchange for Rachel, and added that Claude was actually fluent in Japanese. Relieved, Rachel gave a small smile. "Your best friend, a Frenchman?" "I didn't know you could speak French, Ryan." Scratching my head awkwardly, I replied, "Well, there was never really a reason to mention it." I then turned to Claude with a serious expression. "Claude, this is Rachel, the next president of Irwin Brewery, the company that once produced the legendary sake, Silver Summit." Claude's eyes widened, and Rachel looked equally surprised. "What? Does Claude know about Silver Summit? It's been over 30 years since it was discontinued." Before I could respond, Claude suddenly embraced Rachel. "Hey! Stop it, Claude. Let her go." I tried to pull him off, but his strength was impressive. Claude ignored me, holding Rachel tightly as he gushed. "I can't believe it. Someone connected to the creators of that legendary sake." Finally, I managed to peel him off a very red-faced Rachel. Seeing her confusion, I decided to share a bit of my history with Claude. I explained that, due to my parents' work, I had moved around Europe as a child until I was in the first year of middle school. At first, I had a hard time understanding the language at all, especially when I was 10 and living in France. I struggled to learn French and felt lonely because I couldn't make friends. It was Claude who reached out to me during that time. He invited me to play ball games that didn't require much conversation, taught me French, and even learned Japanese from me in return. Thanks to him, I eventually made more friends and grew comfortable with the language. Today, French is one of the languages I'm most confident in. I owe Claude more than I can ever repay. And, as it turns out, Claude owes me as well. By pure coincidence, I had once helped his grandfather when I found him collapsed on the street. Although my French was still poor back then, I frantically called out to nearby adults for help, making a big scene. Luckily, thanks to the quick response, Claude's grandfather recovered without any lasting effects. From then on, Claude's family treated me and my parents with exceptional kindness. Then, 3 years ago, Claude suddenly came to Japan to visit me. He had come to tell me that his grandfather had passed away. Hearing that the funeral had been a small, family-only affair, I couldn't hold back my tears. Claude's grandfather had always been so kind. Every time I saw him, he would warmly smile and hand me a piece of candy. Even when I grew older and insisted, "I'm not a kid anymore," he would still press the candy into my hand with the same cheerful smile. Knowing I'd never see that smile again was heartbreaking. At that moment, Claude handed me a bottle of sake. "My grandfather bought this 30 years ago and treasured it. He wanted me to share it with you." Claude's grandfather had a passion for collecting alcohol from all over the world. Though he enjoyed drinking, he would carefully store rare and valuable bottles as part of his collection. He even had a custom storage facility to preserve each bottle's quality. Sake is known for its ability to age well, provided it's properly distilled and stored under optimal conditions. With careful barrel aging and temperature control, well-aged sake can develop rich and complex flavors over time, often earning a place on the menus of prestigious restaurants. I once had the privilege of sharing a bottle of treasured wine from his grandfather's collection during a meal with Claude's family. That red wine was rich and well-aged, but for someone used to cheaper drinks like me, it was a bit hard to appreciate. When I couldn't help but make a sour face, Claude's grandfather laughed and said, "You've still got a child's palate." Peeling away the paper wrapper designed to block light, the label Silver Summit appeared. I admired the simple calligraphy on the label as I carefully opened the bottle. The moment the cork was opened, the sweet aroma of sake wafted through the air, tickling my nose. With a gentle glug, glug, glug sound, the thick liquid poured smoothly into the tiny cup. Aged to perfection, it was no longer clear but a rich amber color. We raised our glasses together, honoring Claude's grandfather, and brought them to our lips. The moment I took a sip, a jolt shot through my mind. The taste was incredibly smooth, a gentle sweetness melted on my tongue, followed by a complex wave of acidity and a faint bitterness that filled my mouth, leaving a lingering sense of happiness even as it slid down my throat. Unlike fresh young sake, it didn't have a crisp lightness. I wondered what Silver Summit had tasted like when it was newly brewed. I froze in astonishment and glanced at Claude, who had his eyes closed, savoring the drink. A single tear glistened on his cheek. I wish I could have shared this with my grandfather. I nodded slowly, understanding the sentiment. When I finished recounting the story, Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. To think, our Silver Summit. I'm so happy, she managed to say, lowering her gaze. But I'm sorry, there are no plans to restart production. At her words, Claude's face fell, visibly filled with disappointment. Silver Summit was developed and crafted as a legacy project by Rachel's grandfather before his retirement, with the goal of creating a flagship sake for Irwin Distillery. He collaborated closely with trusted rice farmers to source large, high-quality rice, dedicating over 200 hours to meticulously milling and preparing the raw ingredients. While over-refining doesn't always guarantee a better sake, the precisely polished rice yielded a refined and sophisticated flavor. In the world of sake, spirits aged to perfection in carefully selected barrels, with attention to every detail of the production process, achieve the status of premium small batch or single barrel sake. At this stage, the sake is already considered high-end. However, Silver Summit was meticulously polished over 200 hours, achieving an astonishing polishing ratio of 20%. Born from countless trials and errors, Silver Summit was undoubtedly a masterpiece. But the high cost of ingredients and the labor-intensive production process made it very expensive. During the economic boom, it was a massive hit in its first year. Unfortunately, the collapse of the economic boom brought a sudden downturn, and spending on luxury items like sake became a low priority. Silver Summit had to cease production after only a few years. Since then, Irwin Distillery has focused on producing affordable yet delicious sake, maintaining a modest operation to this day. However, they no longer have the resources to reintroduce a high-end sake. Seeing both Rachel and Claude's disappointed expressions, I puffed out my chest. That's why I organized this event. They both looked at me, eyes wide with curiosity. The local sake. I'm confident it can stand up to anything, anywhere. Not just here or across Japan but internationally as well. If we market it to people overseas, it's bound to become a hit. And if sales increase, reviving Silver Summit won't just be a dream. As I passionately explained, Claude's eyes lit up, and Rachel looked stunned. You've thought about this much? I nodded firmly. I refuse to live in a world where I can't drink that sake again. When I grinned, Rachel smiled warmly, clearly moved. Claude and I promised to meet again at tomorrow's tasting event, and I led Rachel to greet other acquaintances. Every representative from the breweries was in high spirits, and the only one who needed my support was Rachel. With every introduction, Rachel seemed both flustered and impressed, her eyes darting back and forth. When the reception party wrapped up, and I stepped outside after helping with cleanup, I saw Rachel in her kimono, arms crossed, waiting for me. Good work. What's going on? I asked, confused, and she puffed out her cheeks. What's going on? That's what I want to ask you. What are you, Ryan? It's not just French, you speak English, Italian, German, and some other languages I can't even remember. How are you fluent in so many languages? With a flurry of hand gestures and a flustered expression, she bombarded me with questions, looking surprisingly adorable. I tried my best to keep my amusement from showing on my face. I told you, didn't I? When I was a kid living in Europe, I had no choice but to learn the local languages. Japanese, English, French, Italian, German, Spanish, and finally, during my time in Switzerland, I even picked up Romance. A language spoken by very few, driven by my growing interest in languages. Rachel was still visibly excited. And not just that. Oxford University? Really, you went to such a prestigious school? And then you joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Why are you now working for a small liquor wholesaler? She had been quietly listening, her eyes wide, while I chatted with old friends during the party. Although she seemed impressed, she hadn't asked about my background until now. She had happily talked about Irwin Brewery, the nuances of sake tasting, and laughed freely at jokes between me and my old friends. But now, all her pent-up curiosity about my past was spilling out. Are you really curious about someone like me? When I asked, Rachel nodded so quickly it was almost instant. Her reaction made me laugh again. All right. It's getting late, and we have an early morning tomorrow, but should we go to the hotel bar for a bit? When I suggested the bar on the top floor, Rachel nodded quietly, and the two of us stepped into the elevator. To prepare for tomorrow, we ordered drinks with low alcohol content and raised a toast. Then, I briefly shared my background with Rachel. My childhood in Europe, which I had grown so accustomed to, came to an abrupt end when I was 13. My parents' jobs brought us back to Japan. They were overjoyed to return to their homeland, but the thought of moving yet again weighed heavily on me. The last place I lived was Switzerland, but it was close to Germany and France, where I had lived before. So I could visit old friends during holidays. Moving to Japan meant leaving that familiar region far, far behind. And because the move was decided so suddenly, I couldn't even say proper goodbyes. Determined to return to Europe someday, I threw myself into my studies. My goal was to attend a European university. I initially thought about studying in Switzerland, where I had lived last. But my best friend Claude encouraged me to aim for Oxford University with him. Claude was exceptionally intelligent, and the way he so casually suggested Oxford surprised me. But his suggestion lit a fire within me. I wanted to attend the same school as him. I wanted to experience the world-class education of one of the best universities in the world. I studied relentlessly and eventually secured admission to Oxford. Of course, Claude was also accepted, and my time at Oxford became one of the most fulfilling periods of my life. I made many friends beyond Claude and landed a job at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which seemed like an ideal career. But after some time, doubts began to creep in. Was this really the right job for me? I couldn't shake the feeling that both my university choice and career had been decisions I made simply because they were recommended to me. While my time at university was undeniably one of the most valuable and fulfilling experiences of my life, choosing that path felt like the best decision I ever made. As for my career, I chose the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because I could speak 7 languages and wanted to work in a field that connects Japan with the rest of the world. However, in hindsight, it feels like I went along with what was recommended to me. Even though the work was meaningful and fulfilling on the surface, something felt off. That uneasiness lingered within me, smoldering quietly. Then, Silver Summit shattered those doubts with a single sip. The moment I tasted it, I knew. I want to work in a field that connects Japan with the rest of the world. But exactly how? I had struggled to answer that question for so long. When I tasted Silver Summit, the answer became clear. I wanted to share this sake with the world. So, I left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and joined my current liquor wholesaler. When I finished my story, Rachel's eyes were wide with astonishment. The turning point in your life was my grandfather's alcohol? She asked, stunned, and I nodded quietly. I felt like it was the only thing I could do. Actually, I even reached out to Irwin Brewery to see if they would hire me. But they turned me down, saying they didn't need more staff. As I said this, I glanced at Rachel. She had been the one to respond so apologetically to my inquiry, but it seemed she didn't remember. However, wait. Could it be about 3 years ago? That guy in a suit who showed up out of nowhere asking for a job even though we weren't hiring? To my surprise, she remembered. Well, yeah, of course I do. No one else ever showed up asking to be hired when there weren't even job postings. Her reply made me slump a little in embarrassment. Yeah, makes sense. And when I finally got hired at my current company and came to introduce myself to Irwin Brewery, you didn't seem to recognize me at all, I said with a wry smile, and Rachel's face turned red. Oh, I see. So that guy in the suit asking us to hire him was you, Ryan. Sorry, I didn't connect the dots. Well, considering I had barely been given a glance before being turned away, it wasn't surprising. Even though I was completely overlooked back then. I've finally made it this far, I said, biting my lip. Although I managed to get involved in the sales of local sake, every proposal to expand our market internationally was consistently and flatly rejected. No matter how much I emphasized the growing global interest in Japanese sake, the stubborn current president, Mr. Mason, dismissed it outright, insisting only Japanese can truly appreciate the taste of Japanese sake, refusing to even hear me out. So, I shifted my focus to the vice president, Mason's son. I pitched my ideas to him, shared my background, and highlighted the connections I had built during my time living in Europe, studying at Oxford University, and working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Finally, I managed to secure approval for tomorrow's large-scale tasting event. It's all for the revival of Silver Summit. Honestly, it's completely personal. Of course, I also hope this will help bring attention to and elevate all the incredible, high-quality sake from our local distilleries. At its core, though, my main goal is to contribute to the comeback of Silver Summit. With sufficient funding, and given the current global Japanese sake boom and rising domestic demand for quality spirits, I'm convinced this won't be a losing battle. Rachel swirled her cocktail glass gently. I'm happy, knowing someone with such passion has been supporting our brewery all this time. Her lips, slightly flushed from the alcohol, moved in a way that was almost mesmerizing. Watching her made my heart race. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you, she murmured, her words abstract and fleeting, and my heart skipped a beat. Rachel slowly looked at me, her gaze lingering. For what felt like 5 full seconds, we stared at each other in silence. I broke it first. For Silver Summit, and to be honest, for you, Rachel. I've always been doing this for you. Rachel's eyes widened in shock. If tomorrow's event is a success, would you let me help bring Silver Summit back? As your partner. Her lips trembled slightly. Do you mean? I scratched my head awkwardly. This is too roundabout, isn't it? Not very manly. Rachel, I like you. Will you go out with me? I blurted out my feelings directly, heart pounding. To be honest, I only did so because I thought I had a chance. Rachel's earlier murmur about being drawn to someone had given me the push I needed, convincing me she was talking about me. However, I'm sorry. I make it a rule not to develop romantic feelings for business partners. My jaw dropped in shock. What? But earlier you said you were drawn to me. I muttered pitifully, and Rachel's face turned red. That's because I meant you're someone who naturally draws people in. You've been such a great support, even making someone like me, who's terrible at parties, want to participate. It's that kind of attraction. In other words, it wasn't romantic at all. I'd been rejected in record time. I drained the rest of my drink in one gulp. I wanted to drown my sorrows in alcohol, but with tomorrow's event, I couldn't afford to get drunk. As I stared at my empty glass with a heavy heart, Rachel chuckled softly. But maybe I'll start seeing you that way from now on. Her unexpected words made me snap my head up to look at her. Rachel shyly covered her face with her hands. Don't stare at me like that. If I think about it too much, I might start feeling flustered. Inside, I did a triumphant fist pump, silently cheering. I wasn't ready to give up yet. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in the distance, keeping me moving forward. Then now, after more than 10 years, Rachel and I stood together in the brewery, surrounded by the staff, all holding their breath in anticipation. We poured the radiant liquid into our tiny cups, its brilliance catching the light, and exchanged a glance. When I gave her a silent nod, Rachel lifted the cup with both hands and brought it to her lips. She sipped, savored the taste, and swallowed slowly before her face melted into an expression of pure bliss. Seeing her reaction, I followed suit, bringing the cup to my lips. As the liquid flowed over my tongue, tears welled up and spilled over. The sake was incredibly smooth. A pleasant acidity greeted me first, followed by a rich, velvety sweetness that spread throughout my mouth, leaving a warm sense of happiness even as I swallowed. When Claude and I had tasted the aged Silver Summit years ago, the sweetness came first, followed by notes of acidity and bitterness. But this newly crafted Silver Summit introduced the acidity up front, evolving into a mellow sweetness that lingered. I had never tasted Silver Summit freshly brewed 30 years ago. But I was certain that this is Silver Summit. My heart trembled with emotion. We need to invite Claude, I said through my tears, and Rachel nodded with a radiant smile. The day after my heartfelt confession had ended in rejection, the tasting event was a resounding success. Thanks to meticulous planning and widespread promotion, the hotel venue was packed with locals and tourists alike. Every brewery's booth saw a steady stream of visitors, but Irwin Brewery's booth was especially crowded. Recently, Irwin Distillery has focused on producing affordable and accessible Japanese sake. However, for this event, they prepared a special new batch. While they couldn't craft a premium small batch sake due to time constraints in sourcing the ideal grains, they used their current flagship 60% mash bill. By adjusting the flavor profile, they created a smoother, more approachable sake with a clean finish, prioritizing balance over sweetness. This approach earned high praise. Through interpreters, I expressed our ambition to create something even greater, sake that could earn the title of a legendary brew. Many international buyers offered their cooperation. Large orders were secured, and Irwin Brewery suddenly found itself bustling with activity. The once idle tanks had to be reactivated, and with the ample funds now available, the brewery took its first steps toward reviving Silver Summit. I helped in every way I could. Around that time, I also managed to win Rachel's heart. When she embraced me and said, "I can't imagine life without you, Ryan," it was a moment of pure fulfillment. A year later, we were married. After more than a decade of effort, we finally succeeded in reviving Silver Summit. We had previously produced sake with a 20% polishing ratio. And though it was expensive, it sold out immediately. However, something felt incomplete. Rachel and I agreed not to call it Silver Summit. It was missing something. Even though I'd never tasted the original Silver Summit fresh, I couldn't help but wonder, would this sake, after 30 years, achieve that legendary flavor? Rachel had questioned why we couldn't just be satisfied with such a delicious brew. I almost gave in to her reasoning. But someone agreed with me. It was Rachel's grandfather. He had retired just a few years after Silver Summit's production had ceased. Through trial and error, he had developed and perfected the original Silver Summit and remembered its freshly brewed taste. Trusting both my instincts and his palate, I persevered. This is Silver Summit. When I smiled at her, Rachel nodded slowly. Now I understand why you couldn't settle for anything less. This is on a completely different level. I wish Grandpa could taste it too. Her grandfather was currently hospitalized and prohibited from drinking alcohol. Do you think knowing Silver Summit has been revived might give him some strength? With my words, Rachel chuckled softly. I think so. He might even try to escape the hospital to come celebrate. I hoped he would recover and live a long, healthy life. After all, sake truly is the elixir of life. I hoped those words would become a reality someday. Our kids, they're still in elementary school now, but I'd love for them to try this when they turn 20. I said, thinking about the future and imagining our children, who were probably hard at work and school at that moment. Yes, we'll have to make sure Silver Summit doesn't disappear after just a few years again. We need to sell it properly this time, Rachel declared, rolling up her sleeves with determination. We shared the newly completed Silver Summit with everyone at the brewery. Seeing their joyful, contented expressions filled both Rachel and me with happiness. I wanted as many people as possible to experience the profound sense of fulfillment that one cup of sake could bring. With that thought in my heart, I watched everyone's smiling faces, feeling deeply connected to this shared moment of joy. The interpreter isn't coming? Then what about the $10 million deal? Kimberly, the innkeeper, cried out in despair. Nestled deep in the mountains, Clementine Inn is a warm and inviting hot spring inn that has been lovingly passed down through generations. However, the tides of time have steadily reduced its stream of guests year after year, and bankruptcy is becoming a very real possibility. Just as things were looking grim, a chance for revival came in the form of a $10 million investment proposal from an overseas VIP. But on the crucial day of negotiations, the interpreter failed to show up. And the investor was already on their way. In the reception hall, the silence was thick with tension and despair. Every time someone tried to speak, it felt as if the future crumbled a little more. If we lose this deal, it's over for us. Kimberly slumped forward as though her strings had been cut, her voice heavy with defeat. The staff around her wore expressions that said the same thing, it's over. If the inn were to go under, the employees would lose their jobs, and centuries of tradition would vanish in an instant. Then I'll do it. I'll be the interpreter. My voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere like a blade. The staff turned to look at me in shock. But no one took me seriously. To them, I was just the driver. What? You? A mere driver interpreting? That's ridiculous. Just go back to polishing the car. One of the inn's employees sneered, their words laced with mockery. The atmosphere around us echoed their sentiment, yeah, that's impossible. But when the overseas VIP caught sight of me, their expression was one of utter astonishment. Why are you here, of all places? It was no surprise. Being a driver was just a front. My true identity was... My name is Kyle. In my mid-30s, I work as the dedicated driver for Clementine Inn, a long-standing hot spring inn tucked away quietly in the mountains. It may sound unremarkable, but there's a unique sense of fulfillment in this job. Driving along misty mountain roads in the quiet of the morning. The relief of safely delivering exhausted guests back to the inn at night. The scenery visible from the driver's seat and the vibrations of the car that travel through my hands as I grip the steering wheel. Each of these details gives me a sense of fulfillment in my work. This inn welcomes a variety of guests every day. Families, couples, and solo travelers on a whim. Many of them are elderly, so I always hold the wheel with the utmost care, ensuring that my driving never gives them a reason to feel uneasy. Every time I safely drop off or pick up a guest, Kimberly, the innkeeper, thanks me with a warm thank you as always. And it never fails to make my heart feel a little warmer. Clementine Inn is known for its old wooden architecture and its charming open-air baths. To me, this place holds an irreplaceable warmth and a nostalgic glimpse of Japan's original landscape. Working here, even as a driver, is more than enough for me. Right now, I cherish a life where I can feel the genuine value of my work, rather than worrying about appearances or titles. That said, I've been hearing more and more feedback lately from elderly guests about how difficult it is to reach the inn from the station. As someone who drives guests back and forth every day, I've seen firsthand how many people struggle with transportation. I began to wonder if there was a way to make it easier for people to come here while also highlighting the inn's unique charm. With that thought in mind, I casually suggested an idea to Kimberly a few days ago. Kimberly, how about considering something like a free weekday shuttle bus or a day trip package with transportation, as a direct route from the station could make it easier for guests with lots of luggage or elderly travelers to visit? Kimberly responded with a hint of interest, saying, "Oh, I hadn't thought of that. That's an interesting approach." She's always smiling, but I've heard whispers about the financial struggles the inn is facing. As just the driver, I wasn't sure if it was my place to speak up, but I wanted to do something, no matter how small, to help this place. Actually, running a service like that would require both staff and money, so it's not that simple. Still, I'm grateful for the new ideas. With a warm smile, she added, "For now, I'll see if I can find some time to run the numbers." As the afternoon sun streamed into the courtyard, I was busy inspecting the tires on the inn's van. I felt someone quietly slip around to the back. Turning with an uneasy feeling, I saw, as expected, Stephen, the longtime staff member who also managed sales and planning, standing there. Stephen started as a front desk clerk at Clementine Inn and even earned a financial planner's certification to help improve the inn's operations. He was highly valued by Kimberly and the rest of the staff as a dependable figure, but for some reason, he always treated me with barely veiled disdain. Well, you're actually maintaining the van seriously? I mean, it's not like the driver's job matters if the car can't run. But you're not thinking you can just sit around driving and still collect a paycheck, are you? His insinuating tone pricked at me. I resisted the urge to ask, "What do you mean by that?" and silently continued checking the tire pressure. Then, as if he'd been waiting for this moment, Stephen shrugged and said smugly, "This place is always short-staffed, you know? We need people to take the initiative and handle the odd jobs. The planning and sales team is running around non-stop, and even the in attendants barely get a break. Meanwhile, you spend most of your time waiting around in the car, don't you? Admittedly, there are lulls in my schedule when I'm not shuttling guests. Still, drivers have plenty of prep and checks to handle, but Stephen had no intention of understanding that. Looking around to confirm no one else was present, he leaned in and spoke more quietly. "Well, anyway, there's a mountain of stuff I'd love to dump on you since you're so free. Here, get started on these." Before I could respond, he shoved a pile of dirty rags and cleaning supplies into my hands. Tasks like mopping the hallways and organizing the cardboard boxes stacked in the storage room, all jobs normally shared among cleaning staff or other employees, were suddenly mine to handle. If you're so idle, earn your keep by helping out here. Show you're at least a little useful. And hey, I heard you've been giving Kimberly suggestions directly? A mere driver thinking he can step up like that is hilarious. Stick to what you're good at, which is driving. Just do what you're told and keep your mouth shut, okay? That's the only way you can prove your worth here. Anger welled up inside me, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I swallowed my pride and accepted the rags and cleaning supplies. Understood. As I murmured my acknowledgement, Stephen smirked, curling the corner of his mouth, and left with a parting shot, "Make sure you work hard." Even as the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, an unpleasant weight lingered in my chest. Holding the cleaning supplies, I glanced over at the van. No matter how much I'm looked down on, I take pride in my work. I resolved that one day, I would show just how vital a driver could be to this inn, not through words, but through my actions. A few days later, I saw Kimberly walking down the hallway, looking exhausted. I had just returned from an early morning shuttle run and was organizing the luggage when I noticed her. Kimberly, always cheerful and full of energy, seemed drained, and the sight unsettled me. She noticed me as well and offered a faint smile. "Thank you for your hard work. It must be tough, being up so early." I'm sorry if I've been looking a bit down lately. Her weak voice tugged at my heart. It seemed that recent bookings and revenue weren't going well, and to make matters worse, maintenance costs for the aging facility were piling up. I didn't know all the details, but I'd heard that Stephen, armed with his financial planner certification, had been proposing various solutions to Kimberly. At the end of the day, an inn can't run without money. I'd like to upgrade the facilities, but the funds are limited. Kimberly sighed as she lowered her gaze. I was at a loss for words. Deep down, I wanted to do something to help, but I wasn't sure how far I should get involved. Just then, light footsteps sounded behind me at the worst possible moment. It was Stephen. Kimberly, did you read the documents I gave you the other day? He strode over, as confident and condescending as ever, holding up what looked like some kind of contract. He had been proposing various financial strategies under the guise of improving the inn's cash flow, including leases, investments, and other financial instruments. Though not all of his suggestions were inherently bad, I'd heard rumors that some of them were overly aggressive. For example, you could use a sale-leaseback arrangement, temporarily selling the inn's building to secure working capital. Kimberly, you seem concerned about giving up ownership of the property, but in the end, you can't move forward without increasing your cash flow, right? On the surface, his argument seemed logical, but my gut told me it was a dangerous move. Even if it provided temporary funds, giving up ownership of the inn's property was far too risky. Kimberly seemed to feel the same way, furrowing her brow in frustration. Even if we can temporarily ease the cash flow, I'm worried about what happens after. A place like ours, which has been protected for so long, isn't something I want to give up so easily. Despite Stephen's persistent proposals, Kimberly couldn't bring herself to make a decision. She is not the president of the inn but its innkeeper. She seemed to be caught in a painful dilemma between preserving tradition and adapting to the realities of changing times. The next morning, I mustered up the courage to speak to Kimberly before starting my shift. Kimberly, do you have a moment to talk? She quickly tidied up the busy reception desk in the morning before turning to face me. Her usual warm smile gave me just enough courage to speak up. I'm not sure how to say this, but what if we focused on attracting more foreign visitors? Lately, it seems like more international tourists are venturing to rural inns like ours to experience authentic Japanese culture. If we could promote Clementine into overseas audiences, it might bring in new customers. For a moment, Kimberly's eyes widened in surprise. She probably hadn't expected me to make such a suggestion. It wouldn't have been surprising if she had dismissed me, thinking, what's a driver doing, sticking his nose in? But she didn't. Her expression quickly softened, and she murmured, foreign guests, smiling as if she had just discovered a new door. That might actually be a wonderful idea. I think the hot springs in the mountains would be incredibly appealing to international visitors. I've never really considered PR from that angle before. Thank you, Kyle. Her words warmed my heart. Using financial techniques like Stephen does might be one way to approach things. But I can't help feeling that relying solely on that would mean losing something important. I believed in the value of finding new possibilities that emphasized the inn's strengths. For the first time, I felt like I had found a reason for my place here. Interesting, an innkeeper, hot springs, and foreign guests, this could be something special. Kimberly held the simple promotional materials I had prepared and murmured softly. What I had created wasn't much. It was just a handwritten English explanation and a list of ideas for experiences that might appeal to international travelers. For example, activities like trying on kimono or enjoying traditional regional dishes around a Japanese hearth. It was a proposal to highlight the uniquely Japanese charm of this inn. I'm not great at English, so I'm not sure how much I can do, but having a clear vision like this really helps. I'm glad if it's even a little useful. There are free tools, like tourism websites and social media platforms, that can help promote the inn to foreign guests. You're amazing, Kyle. I can't believe a driver would know so much about this. Well, I was just curious and did a bit of research. It's surprising what you can find with a simple internet search. Kimberly chuckled softly and hugged the materials to her chest as if they were precious. Thank you. I'll make good use of this. Maybe I'll even start studying English little by little myself. At that moment, the idea was still just a seed. But having a clear direction, which was to attract international guests, seemed to give Kimberly the courage to take a step forward. More importantly, the brightness in her eyes had returned, and that alone made me happy. From that point on, Kimberly began actively sharing information about the inn with international audiences. Using the materials I had created, she made simple updates to the inn's website in English and increased English posts on social media. Additionally, she partnered with travel sites for international visitors and began setting up a system to promote experience plans and accept bookings. Wow! I can't believe we're getting such a quick response. Kimberly's joyful voice at the reception desk brought smiles to the faces of the inn attendants as well. Over the next few weeks, bookings from international guests steadily increased, and the inn's revenue began to grow little by little. Of course, not everything went smoothly. There were moments of confusion due to language and cultural differences, but Kimberly would bow deeply and say, "Thank you. I couldn't have taken this step without everyone's ideas." Still, I couldn't ignore the unsettling presence I occasionally felt watching me from the shadows. Yes, it was Stephen. He hadn't been confronting me as much lately, but I occasionally felt his presence, watching me intently from the shadows of the hallway. It was as if he were silently asking, "Why is that guy earning Kimberly's trust?" And then, an incident occurred that seemed to confirm Stephen's attitude. One evening, I went to the reception desk for some business and found Kimberly talking excitedly. Apparently, this month's revenue had significantly surpassed that of the same period last year, and the occupancy rate was steadily rising. The growth in international guests was particularly notable, with positive reviews and social media buzz driving strong bookings for the upcoming season. Kyle, thank you so much. I thought attracting international guests would be difficult at first, but it's really worth trying. The feedback has been amazing, and the results have come faster than I expected. I feel a bit relieved. Just as Kimberly said this with a bright smile, the sound of footsteps behind us made me turn instinctively. It was Stephen. Dressed impeccably in his suit, exuding an air of sharp competence, his face was adorned with a sarcastic smile. Wow! Kimberly, you seem pretty cheerful. Foreign guests, huh? But don't you think this might just be a temporary trend? Sure. More tourists are visiting Japan, but there's no guarantee it will last forever. Pinning your hopes on something so uncertain seems like a pretty risky move to me. Kimberly's brows furrowed slightly at his remark. Although Stephen's tone wasn't as overtly domineering as before, his underlying maliciousness hadn't changed one bit. My own heart stirred uneasily, but I worked to remain composed. No one can predict the future, but doing nothing is far worse. Risks come with opportunities, and if we handle them well, they can turn into great chances. Stephen let out a small, derisive laugh through his nose. You've got a lot to say for a mere driver. But fine, go ahead. It seems Kimberly trusts you. Still, I'll continue proposing practical methods. We can't rely on such half measures forever. He paused, deliberately straightening his posture and lowering his tone for effect. Even if it seems like the inn's doing well now, the reality is that we still lack the large-scale funds needed for renovations. It's about time a decision was made. The investment plan I suggested should be seriously considered. With substantial capital, we could proceed with upgrades and expansions. Kimberly dropped her gaze, struggling for words. While it was true that attracting international guests had improved sales, it wasn't nearly enough to fully address the aging facilities. It was difficult to outright dismiss the idea of bringing in investments. But it feels like that would change the very essence of this inn. Well, you'll see in time. I'm a lot more reliable than just a driver. Stephen said this before turning on his heel and walking away. As she watched his retreating figure, Kimberly let out a small sigh. I honestly don't know where to draw the line when it comes to investments. But I do know that I don't want to destroy the atmosphere and warmth that Clementine has preserved for so long. Kimberly, who had been lowering her gaze, lifted her head slightly. Her eyes reflected the soft glow of the reception area bathed in the evening light, faintly shimmering with emotion. But because you care, Kyle, I feel like I can keep going. At first, you were just the new driver we'd hired, but since meeting you, I feel like I've been able to take small steps forward. Her voice, though soft, carried not just vulnerability but also determination. She said, honestly, I was never good at management or handling finances, and the pressure of preserving this inn, which has been passed down through generations, felt overwhelming, especially when it came to anything international, which seemed so daunting. But when you suggested attracting foreign guests, it felt like you opened an invisible door for me, and though trying something new is scary, your ideas and support gave me the courage to take that step, and little by little, I feel like I'm becoming stronger as an innkeeper. Her candid words stirred something deep in my chest. Kimberly herself was carrying immense struggles and conflicts, yet she was still moving forward, one step at a time. No, if anything, I haven't done much at all. I'm always causing trouble. Before I could finish, Kimberly softly smiled and gently placed her hand on my arm. The warmth of her touch lit a small spark deep within my heart. You're too modest. If you hadn't been here, I think I'd still be stuck in my shell. Thank you for giving me the push to look forward. Being thanked so directly like this left me momentarily speechless. Still, just knowing that my presence had been a reason for Kimberly to smile, even for a moment, made me feel like all my efforts were worth it. One morning, after completing my usual inspection of the van, I headed to the reception desk. Kimberly greeted me with an excited expression and said, Kyle, you're just in time. Listen to this, there's some amazing news. This group called the Global Tourism Project is offering support to rural inns and accommodations, helping with overseas promotion and large-scale tourism routes. And guess what? They've reached out to us. If this goes through, it could mean movement on the scale of $10 million. $10 million. The number didn't even feel real, but it meant a massive opportunity had come to Clementine. I murmured, that's amazing, and shared in Kimberly's excitement, but beside her, Stephen stood with his arms crossed, his expression appearing somewhat conflicted. The details haven't been finalized yet, and formal negotiations are still ahead. It might be wise not to get too carried away just yet. His tone was as sharp as ever. Still, it was understandable that Stephen furrowed his brow. When a massive sum like $10 million is involved, the conditions and responsibilities are bound to be equally weighty. How the inn staff, myself included, would respond to this was not a simple matter. It wasn't something that could be easily decided. Kimberly's eyes, however, sparkled with hope. She wanted to preserve the charm and tradition that Clementine had cultivated over the years, but at the same time, she didn't want to miss the immense opportunity before her. Caught between these two conflicting desires, it seemed that, for now, the feeling of wanting to seize this chance had won out. A few days later, the inn was abuzz with activity. Word came that the VIP leading the overseas project would be visiting much sooner than expected. Originally, a face-to-face meeting had been scheduled for the beginning of next month, but the timeline had suddenly been moved up. It's not unusual for international business people to act on impulse when they want to see something immediately, but even so, the speed of this development showed their serious intent. This is a huge opportunity, just what we needed. The overseas VIP is coming here? Is it true about the $10 million deal? The staff around the inn were visibly unsettled. Even the normally composed veteran in attendance seemed uneasy. One of them muttered nervously, "Oh my. Important people in suits coming to such a rural inn? That's unheard of." Kimberly, meanwhile, was swiftly organizing documents at the reception desk, issuing clear instructions to each staff member. Preparing the VIP's room, cleaning the facility, and arranging the meal plans. It was only natural that everyone was more focused than usual. I was scheduled to handle transportation and pick up the VIP from the airport. However, I had been told that a dedicated team, including an interpreter, would already be accompanying them. This is going to be a major negotiation, so it's best to bring in professionals. Besides, Kyle, you'll be busier than usual with guest transportation around the inn, right? Everyone's rushing around nervously. So I'd like you to focus on ensuring the regular operations go smoothly as well. As Kimberly had predicted, when news of the VIP visit spread, domestic guests seemed to catch wind of something interesting happening and inquiries for reservations began to increase. As the driver, I had to put even more effort into managing my shifts and keeping everything on track. Then came the day of the visit. According to the schedule, the overseas VIP, Richard, was expected to arrive in the evening, while Lucas, the interpreter, was supposed to arrive earlier in the morning. If the interpreter could arrive ahead of Richard, he would have enough time to meet with Kimberly, finalize plans, and ensure the negotiations would proceed smoothly. However, as noon approached, there was still no sign of Lucas. Repeated calls and emails went unanswered. The staff, along with Kimberly, were visibly unsettled, with Kimberly pacing back and forth in the reception area. This is troubling. I really wanted to communicate with the interpreter beforehand to ensure everything for the negotiation. Kimberly's voice was tinged with anxiety. Not having an interpreter for such a crucial discussion was a serious problem. We needed someone to oversee the translated documents and simulate the negotiation flow to avoid any missteps. I, too, had hoped to collaborate with the interpreter beforehand to ensure we could highlight the inn's strengths effectively. But that was no longer an option. To make matters worse, Richard's arrival was drawing closer. What if the interpreter doesn't make it? The staff began whispering their concerns aloud. The entrance and lobby were already prepared to perfection. The inn attendants, dressed in traditional kimono, stood ready to welcome the VIP. Kimberly, meanwhile, was frantically checking her phone, but there was still no word from the interpreter. Just then, a call came in notifying us that Richard's group was just about to arrive at the inn. They were on their way by car from the station, leaving no time to spare. Breaking the tense silence, Stephen shrugged theatrically before speaking. "See? I told you this was a bad idea." Letting a mere driver's suggestion bring in foreign guests was reckless. So, what now? Without an interpreter, how do you plan to handle the negotiation? His voice was laced with mockery, and it stirred a discomfort deep within me. Kimberly, momentarily crestfallen, took a deep breath and lifted her head. "We can't welcome the VIP like this. Without a proper interpreter, there's no way to proceed with such an important negotiation." "It's unfortunate. But this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the inn was on the brink of collapsing due to an unexpected problem. The weight of that realization hung heavily over the reception area. I had no choice but to make a decision. Clenching my teeth, I stepped forward. "Kimberly, I'll do it. I'll be the interpreter." The air froze for a moment. The staff turned to me, stunned, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. Kimberly's eyes widened as she stared at me. "What? Kyle? But it's so sudden." Kimberly was at a loss for words, and I responded as calmly as possible. "It's true I can't do it like a professional. But letting the negotiation fall apart would be an even bigger problem." Beside me, Stephen, as usual, sneered mockingly. "What? Are you serious? A driver acting as an interpreter? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." Are you trying to sabotage this negotiation? His words dripped with sarcasm, and Kimberly's expression darkened further. But I ignored him and spoke with conviction, my voice firm. Since the interpreter isn't coming, someone has to step up. I may not be perfect, but I'll do my best to minimize any mistakes and make sure the negotiation goes as smoothly as possible. Stephen scoffed and smirked. Fine. I'll enjoy watching you make a fool of yourself, he said, turning his back and disappearing into the back of the reception area. As we watched him leave, Kimberly and I both took a deep breath and headed toward the entrance. The sound of an engine grew louder from outside the wide-open doors. The VIPs had arrived. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the scene outside. The car door opened, and a tall, broad-shouldered Caucasian man stepped out. It was Richard. Behind him stood several individuals who appeared to be business partners. With the dazzling light as his backdrop, Richard exuded the unmistakable aura of a world-class investor. "Welcome to Clementine Inn." Kimberly greeted him in English, her expression tense with nervousness. Standing beside her, I bowed, ready to step in if needed. Richard smiled warmly, removed his hat, and glanced around. "It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the warm welcome." After Kimberly and Richard exchanged a brief conversation, I prepared to step in as an interpreter and provide a more detailed introduction. However, Richard stared intently at my face, his brows suddenly furrowing as he focused on me. "Wait. I feel like I've seen you before. Haven't we met somewhere?" Kimberly and the staff all turned to me, their faces a mix of surprise and curiosity. Of course, there was no way I had ever met Richard directly. Caught off guard, I forced a vague smile and began to speak. "Ah. I'm Kyle, the driver here. Perhaps you've just seen me somewhere before." When I was just about to say that, Richard's eyes widened as if a light had just gone off, and he clapped his hands together. "No, I'm certain. You're Kyle from Oxford. We met at a seminar or party with the MBA students, didn't we?" My heart skipped a beat. Oxford. MBA. I never imagined Richard would remember all that so clearly. The surrounding staff widened their eyes in surprise, murmuring, "Oxford? MBA?" Kimberly, in particular, froze with an expression that seemed to say, What does this mean? Why on earth are you working as a driver? You had a reputation as a marketing expert." Richard's blunt question struck without mercy. It felt as though the past I had kept hidden was suddenly laid bare, and I found myself at a loss for words. Kimberly, though visibly confused, looked at me and gave a small nod. Her gaze seemed to say, "It's okay, you don't have to hide it," and it gave me the push I needed. Yes, it's true that I studied at Oxford and earned my MBA. But after various events, I returned to Japan and now work as a driver. As I said this, the murmurs around me grew louder. The familiar in attendance and staff couldn't hide their surprise and confusion, murmuring, "Kyle has an MBA? Really?" Richard, on the other hand, muttered, "Unbelievable," before bursting into hearty laughter. "This is fantastic. If you're here, there's no problem at all." I wasn't worried about not having a proper interpreter. But I never imagined we'd also have a marketing professional on top of that. His words left me with lingering mixed feelings, and I replied, "No, it's really not much." But I could see Richard's business partners nodding enthusiastically, clearly excited. "If you have an MBA with a background in marketing, we'd love to hear your thoughts on the redevelopment and expansion plans for this inn." All eyes turned to me. To be honest, revealing my true background in front of the staff here was a bit embarrassing. More than that, I felt guilty for having kept it hidden from Kimberly. But as Richard said, if I truly wanted to help this place, there was no room for hesitation. I took a deep breath and lifted my head. Understood. If I can be of any help, I'd be happy to share what I've been thinking. And, of course, I'll do my best to act as the interpreter for today's negotiations. When I said this, Richard nodded firmly and said, "Great. Lead the way, Kyle." I looked at Kimberly, and as she softly whispered, "Let's go," I began guiding them from the entrance to the grand hall. Deep within my heart, I made a firm resolution. I won't run away anymore. I'll use everything I've learned to help Clementine in. The grand hall had been quickly transformed into a negotiation space. A long table had been set up, covered with facility brochures and simple English pamphlets. After guiding Richard and his group to their seats, Kimberly sat beside me, and the business discussions began immediately. Richard's partners started throwing out proposals. "We are considering investing up to $10 million in this region. What does Clementine need most?" I translated their question into Japanese and gave Kimberly an encouraging look. She responded, a bit nervously. "We need to renovate the facilities and establish a better system for promoting ourselves to English-speaking audiences." I conveyed her response in English and prepared for the next exchange. Richard, his eyes alight with interest, then turned directly to me. "Kyle, what are your specific ideas for preserving tradition while enhancing the inn's international appeal?" This was the moment for me to prove my worth. With support from Kimberly and the staff, I laid out the ideas I had been developing. Strategies for international PR, leveraging social media, and strengthening multilingual support. Additionally, collaborating with the surrounding region to create integrated tourism routes. Using the marketing theories I'd learned at Oxford and the insights I'd gained from working here. I painted a vision that combined tradition with modern tools and global outreach. In the end, this inn's greatest value lies in its genuine warmth, its traditions, and its tranquility. The ideal approach is to preserve those qualities while enhancing them through modern tools and global expansion. Even as I translated my own words, I felt the passion behind them. I silently hoped that this feeling would reach Richard and his team. They listened intently, and eventually, Richard stood with a satisfied smile. "Excellent. This is exactly the direction I had envisioned. Kyle, Kimberly, I'd like to finalize this with you." Richard extended his hand for a handshake, which Kimberly and I took simultaneously. For a brief moment, I saw tears glistening in Kimberly's eyes. Richard's partners spread out documents with broad smiles. "Let's proceed with the $10 million investment proposal. Once we finalize the terms, we'd like to sign the contract." A collective sigh of relief, almost like a cheer, escaped the staff. Who could have imagined such a monumental deal being sealed in this small mountain inn? In truth, it still didn't feel entirely real to me. But there was no denying that a historic moment was unfolding right before my eyes. "Congratulations, Kimberly. And Kyle, well done." Hearing those words, Kimberly couldn't hold back her emotions and let a single tear fall as she smiled. I exhaled deeply in relief. This might be it. This inn might finally come back to life. Hearing Kimberly's trembling voice, I nodded deeply. After a longer than expected meeting, Richard and his team were set to leave the inn by evening. To see them off, Kimberly, the staff, and I gathered at the entrance. The calm of the reception area was gradually returning, but my heart was still racing. It was a wonderful experience. I never imagined such passionate and resolute people could be found in a mountain inn like this. Richard said with satisfaction, and he lifted his hat slightly in a gesture of farewell. Beside him, his business partners bowed politely in the Japanese way, smiles on their faces. "Kyle, one last thing I'd like to confirm. Would you consider becoming our advisor?" "I'm serious, not joking." I gave a wry smile, unsure of how to respond. "Thank you. It's an honor to hear that. But I still have so much left to do here." "I see, so it's a no for now." "But there's no rush. We'll always be waiting for you, so feel free to contact us anytime." "Either way, once this investment project officially begins, we'll have another opportunity to talk." And next time, I doubt we'll need an interpreter, ha. As I watched Richard laugh cheerfully, I felt some of the tension in my shoulders ease. As the staff around them called out, "Take care and thank you very much," Richard and his team climbed into their large vehicle and drove off down the mountain road, disappearing into the evening light. The area grew quiet once more. Kimberly, who had been on the verge of tears from the tension, finally let her shoulders relax and nearly collapsed on the spot. The attendants supported her, saying, "Good work, Kimberly," as a sense of relief and calm filled the lobby. Then several months passed. The inn was now brimming with renewed energy, thanks to its partnership with the international investor, Richard. Looking back on the tumultuous days since I had volunteered as an interpreter, it all felt like a dream. The atmosphere of the entrance had transformed. The counter now displayed information cards in English and Chinese, while a monitor played promotional videos targeting an international audience. Once known as a quiet mountain retreat, the inn had evolved into a world-renowned traditional inn, becoming a bridge connecting the local region to the world. One day, just after I finished dropping off guests from the station in the van and was heading back to the reception desk, I noticed something unusual. Sensing a heavy tension in the lobby, I stopped in my tracks and saw a man in a suit with a faint smile. It was Kenneth. He was accompanied by several individuals who appeared to be his subordinates. "Kenneth? What are you doing here?" I couldn't help but gasp. "Kyle, who is this?" Kimberly, visibly cautious, asked me. "Well..." I hesitated, unable to answer, and Kenneth stepped forward, his smirk widening into a mocking grin. "Well, isn't this a cold welcome? Kyle, it's been a while." His voice was quiet, but the venomous sarcasm was unmistakable. "Come on, aren't you going to greet an old colleague who came all this way to visit? Or is it inconvenient for me to be here?" "Ha, I understand. You wouldn't want your past failures to come to light, would you?" Those words sent a rush of anger surging through me. "Don't you dare." The words escaped in a strained voice, and I could feel the staff around us inhale sharply. Kenneth, clearly enjoying the reaction, shrugged nonchalantly. Quite bold compared to before. Especially for someone who's settled for being a driver. "Well, no matter. It's nice to see you again. After all, I'll never forget the pathetic look on your face when I crushed the career you were trying so hard to build." Crushed. Kenneth spoke of the past as if it were a trophy of his victory. Memories I had tried to bury resurfaced vividly in my mind. When I had first returned to Japan after studying at Oxford, I had crafted a business plan centered on revitalizing a small rural hot spring town. The plan involved attracting international investors and collaborating with local businesses to rejuvenate the entire region. At the time, everyone had high hopes for its potential. Many people actively supported my plan. This included executives from major travel companies and the Japanese branch manager of an international hotel chain. "Kyle, your ideas show great foresight. Let's work hard together," they had assured me, pledging their active cooperation. I worked tirelessly, forging deeper connections with these individuals as my project neared its final stages. And then Kenneth appeared, pretending to be an ally interested in regional revitalization. At first, he was courteous and professional. But soon, the people who had promised to help me began to act differently. "Sorry, but our strategy has changed. We've decided to partner with a company called Mirror Holdings." I heard that Kenneth had boasted about the core aspects of the plan I had developed, such as the network of international investors and the business framework, pretending they were his own achievements and claiming, "I have greater funding and broader connections," to win them over. Before I knew it, the relationships I had worked so hard to build had completely shifted under Kenneth's control. "Why would you do something like this?" I demanded, but Kenneth simply sneered. "Your plan? Ha, it's not bad as an idea. But without the financial clout, you're just wasting everyone's time. In the end, big projects like this should be controlled by those with real power. At the time, I thought Kenneth had simply stolen my idea. But in reality, he was simultaneously orchestrating a plan to erase me from the business world entirely. Soon after, rumors began spreading that I was involved in fraudulent business practices, causing my former collaborators and investors to distance themselves all at once. I don't know if it's true, but we can't afford to take risks, they said, one by one withdrawing their support. To make matters worse, Kenneth feigned sympathy while saying, "No one wants to work with someone constantly surrounded by rumors," planting decisive distrust among companies and investors. In the end, the network I had built and the foundation of my project all fell into his hands, leaving me with neither credibility nor work. Kenneth then used the exact same project plan and international investment connections I had developed, presenting them as his company's vision, and quickly pushed forward with a large-scale resort development. Meanwhile, I was constantly haunted by rumors of fraudulent practices and found it impossible to regain trust wherever I went. Finally, Kenneth delivered his last words with a cold, merciless gaze. "Too bad, Kyle. Thanks to your efforts, I didn't have to lift a finger to gather the best resources. In the end, you lost your place entirely." Those words made me tremble with anger, yet there was nothing I could do. And now, Kenneth had appeared before me once again. The vivid pain of the past came rushing back. The mocking laughter from that day. The despair from that day. Never again would I make the same mistake. I swore it from the depths of my heart. "What exactly do you want here?" When Kimberly quietly asked, Kenneth smirked. "To put it simply, I'm here to take over this land and building. I plan to launch a major development project. So I'll need the Clementine to cooperate, or better yet, vacate the premises entirely." Gasps spread among the staff gathered in the reception area and lobby. Kimberly bit her lips slightly, glaring at Kenneth. "Vacate? Don't be ridiculous. This is a place we've cherished and protected for generations. No matter how grand your plans are, we have no intention of being driven out." Her voice trembled, but it carried undeniable resolve. Kenneth snorted and stepped closer to Kimberly, lowering his voice to a whisper. My, can you really afford to act so defiant? But you know, Kimberly, I actually like you. You seem capable, and you don't look half bad either. If the Clementine disappears, you could always come work at my new hotel. Better yet, how about becoming my personal assistant? Since you'll likely lose your place here, I wouldn't mind lending you a hand. Kimberly instinctively stepped back, bumping into me. Kenneth's words, though coated in feigned nonchalance, dripped with condescension and dominance. A surge of anger ignited deep within me. "Don't you dare, Kenneth. This place means everything to us, to Kimberly and the staff. I won't let you do as you please." Kenneth's gaze turned sharp for a moment, pinning me in place. The tension in the air was palpable, and the staff around us held their breath. But then, with a smirk, Kenneth turned on his heel. "Fine. Shout all you want. But don't expect that confidence to last. I'll make sure this place gets bought out sooner or later. It won't be long before you come begging." Glancing back at Kimberly with a sly smile, Kenneth said, "My offer still stands. I hope you make a wise decision. If you decide to come work for me, perhaps I'll consider leaving this place intact, before leisurely leaving the inn with his subordinates." Even after the door closed, the cold echo of his laughter seemed to linger, leaving the staff visibly shaken. Kimberly, realizing she had been holding her breath, took a small, deep inhale and quietly looked down. I placed a hand gently on her shoulder, trying to reassure her that everything would be okay. No matter what Kenneth tried, we would protect this inn. There was no room for doubt in that determination. That night, I stepped outside, trying to calm the unease lingering in my chest. Just then, a lethargic voice called out from behind me. "Pathetic, aren't you, Kyle?" It was Stephen. Usually content with sly remarks from a distance, tonight his words were sharper than ever. In the end, this place is going to crumble because of you, isn't it? You made a big show of things. But you'll just end up being swallowed whole by the rich guys, won't you? I found myself at a loss for words. Maybe it really is my fault. Hearing those weak words, Stephen scoffed in disbelief. Yeah, exactly. Guess I shouldn't have bothered trying to help with that interpreter thing in the first place. What do you mean by that? When I instinctively questioned him, Stephen exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders. It's exactly as I said. I made sure the interpreter couldn't come, so your meeting with the overseas VIP would fall apart. I just told them. We've got enough staff, that's all. I gasped at his words. Why would he do something like that? But you overcame it and sealed the deal, didn't you? Even without an interpreter for the overseas VIP, you managed to handle it yourself, didn't you? So, this time will probably be no different. You'll figure something out, won't you? Conflicted, I responded with frustration. You tried to sabotage the deal at first, so why are you saying this now? Stephen twisted his mouth slightly and, looking down for a moment, replied. Well, I'll admit it that I couldn't stand you at first. A mere driver stepping out of line. Acting all high and mighty with your project proposals and even handling interpretation. You were stealing the spotlight, and it pissed me off. Your way of doing things clashed with mine, and I found it irritating. But then, you went and took on that interpreting job yourself. Landing a major deal. I had to admit. I respected you a little for that. To be honest, I was jealous. And I realized you were on a completely different level. Stephen's face showed a mix of emotions. But for a brief moment, his eyes looked straight at me. About that interpreting thing. I'm really sorry. I don't have any right to ask you for anything, but I want you to help save this inn. Kimberly trusts you, after all. I'll do whatever I can to support you. Please. His words stirred a faint warmth in my chest. Though his tone was rough, it was clear he was encouraging me in his own way, believing that I still had it in me to make a difference. There was something only I could do. And he was right. If I didn't step up now, we had no chance against Kenneth. I let out a small breath, shaking off the weight of my doubts, and resolved deep within myself. If I ran away here, I'd never be able to reclaim who I truly was. A few days later, as the sun began to set, Kenneth reappeared at the front entrance of the inn. Behind him stood a group of burly men who looked like his subordinates. This time, his presence was more intimidating than ever, as if he had come to deliver the final blow. Hey, Kyle. Are you ready? Kenneth strode into the lobby, looking down at me with an icy sneer. Or maybe you preferred to hand Kimberly over and beg for mercy? Ha! She's quite the impressive innkeeper. I'd happily hire her as my personal secretary. Not a bad deal, wouldn't you agree? Kimberly's shoulder trembled faintly as she stood beside me. I stepped forward to shield her and steadied my voice as I addressed Kenneth. Sorry, but your demands won't be met. This place is precious to us. There's no way we'll hand Kimberly over or let you take it without a fight. Kenneth snorted in disbelief, letting out a dismissive "huh?" Even now, you're still putting up a front. No matter how much you struggle, you can't stop my plan. At that moment, Kenneth's phone buzzed softly, signaling an incoming call. What now, of all times? He grumbled in irritation, glancing at the screen. However, the instant he saw the name displayed, his expression abruptly shifted. It seemed to be someone he absolutely couldn't defy. Kenneth, back off. The sharp command was curt and final, causing Kenneth's lips to tremble involuntarily. What? Back off. That's right. We've decided to appoint Kyle as our advisor. Kenneth's eyes widened in disbelief as he gripped his phone tighter. What? Kyle is a talent even Richard wanted. I heard he was frustrated to have been turned down. How could we let such a person slip through our fingers? But Kyle is. Silence, Kenneth. You lied to me, didn't you? You told me Kyle was a dangerous man, involved in shady dealings. But it turns out all of it was baseless lies. Manipulating people and monopolizing the region? Your methods are unacceptable. You're fired, Kenneth. From now on, you're barred from any dealings with me. Understand this, you are no longer needed. Leave. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving the distinct tone of a disconnected line lingering in the air. The monotonous tone of the disconnected call echoed across the spacious lobby, and Kenneth stood frozen, staring blankly at his phone. His subordinates exchanged uneasy glances, their spirits visibly deflated. They're cutting me off, this can't be, why? Kenneth muttered weakly, barely lifting his face, and glared at me as if grasping for something to cling to. But no threats came from him anymore. The intimidating aura Kenneth once exuded was entirely gone, leaving behind nothing but a defeated man. Now you see, Kenneth. No matter how much scheming you do behind the scenes, the truth always comes to light. I won't let you crush me again. And I won't allow you to trample over Clementine in either. My words resonated quietly throughout the lobby. Kenneth clenched his fists tightly, his expression twisting with bitterness as he glared at me. After a long, tense pause, he finally let out a low, guttural sound and spoke. When did you realize that I wasn't just acting on my own? In response to his question, I briefly glanced around. Feeling Kimberly and the staff holding their breath as they watched, I quietly began to speak. When did I realize it? Well, rather than a specific moment, it was Stephen who gave me a hint. He said, "Isn't there something only you can do?" He may be rough around the edges, but he had a sharp eye. Stephen noticed there were too many oddities about why someone like you, Kenneth, would target such a small hot spring in. Together, we dug deep into your company's background. And, surprisingly enough, we discovered that Mirror Holdings is just the public front for this plan. Behind it lies a much larger entity. Stephen and I first decided to trace the timeline of major development projects Mirror Holdings had been involved in. We discovered a common pattern: each project showed significant inflows of foreign capital. Even the smaller ventures were backed by an unusually abundant amount of funding. It was clear that this scale was beyond what Kenneth could handle alone. And as we dug deeper, one name surfaced: William. He's the founder of a global investment fund and a major international financier, isn't he? It turns out that the one plotting to acquire this place and the surrounding area was William. At the mention of that name, Kenneth's expression stiffened even more. His visible agitation was impossible to miss. I never intended to resort to such tactics at first. But I had to protect the company. Mirror Holdings may look big, but in reality, it's a fragile enterprise that can't survive without William's funding. If the major investments were pulled, it would collapse in no time. That's why I had to produce results quickly, to earn his favor. Kenneth hung his head, his words trickling out as if recalling them piece by piece. When we were students, as a fellow Japanese, I was genuinely impressed by your capabilities. Back then, no matter how difficult the challenge, you solved it as if it were nothing, and everyone around you admired you. Honestly, I envied you. Admitting it as jealousy was humiliating. But at some point, I started thinking, if I can't be like him, I'll just take what he has. His voice carried a self-deprecating chuckle. Yes, Kenneth was also an exceptional student who had graduated from Oxford. As a former classmate, there was likely a time when Kenneth acknowledged and respected me. However, that admiration had taken a distorted path. Looking back now, it was short-sighted. I thought if I could fully harness your abilities and knowledge, my business would flourish instantly. But I was always consumed with figuring out how to keep my company afloat, never having a moment to breathe. Above me was William. And without his investments, my mirror holdings wouldn't survive. If I fell out of his favor, he'd withdraw his funding, and that would be the end. That's why I couldn't afford to be selective in my methods. The final words trembled in his voice. Kenneth lowered his gaze to the dimly lit lobby floor, unable to meet anyone's eyes. His shoulders rose and fell slightly, as if he had poured out everything inside him. But even so, setting someone up to fail was wrong. Don't you think? The unexpected remark came from Kimberly. I understand you had to protect your company. I'm sure that must have been incredibly difficult. But that doesn't justify stealing the fruits of someone else's hard work. Deep down, you know better than anyone that it was an irreparable mistake. Kenneth listened intently, his tense expression gradually softening as he exhaled briefly. He awkwardly averted his gaze, then turned abruptly, walking toward the entrance as if fleeing from himself. Dragging the heavy air of the lobby with him, Kenneth placed a hand on the door, glancing back slightly to gesture at his subordinates. You're incredible, after all. Your talent, which I admired back in our student days, hasn't faded, and it's only grown sharper. To think you've secured a consultancy contract instead of just being used by someone like William. That's something I could never have achieved. Kenneth murmured these words, his expression a mixture of regret, frustration, and a faint glimmer of resignation. Before stepping out into the evening light. No, you were incredible in your own way. There was even a time when I thought I could never beat you, no matter how hard I tried. You just made the wrong choice when you were pushed to the edge. But if that reckless determination of yours had been directed differently, I think things could have turned out much better for you. Hearing those unexpected words, Kenneth's eyes seemed to glisten ever so slightly. Ha! It doesn't mean much to be praised by you now. But just being able to exchange these words with you in the end makes me feel a little less lost. Thank you, Kyle. I may never be able to come back from this, but you keep moving forward as yourself. And if our paths ever cross again, I'd like to stand on equal ground with you. Kenneth's final words were laced with genuine sincerity. Though we had once harbored resentment for each other, an unspoken respect now lingered between us. Yeah. If we meet again someday, I hope it's in a different way. And next time, I want to see you standing tall on your own. Not in someone else's shadow like Wiseman's. Kenneth tightened his lips, turned his face away brusquely, and this time, pushed the lobby doors open with a firm motion. Behind him, his subordinates followed hesitantly, casting uneasy glances around. As the door began to close, Kenneth gave a small wave in farewell before disappearing into the light beyond. Kyle. Kimberly's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she struggled to contain the surge of emotions welling within her. It's all right now. Including the matter with William, we'll protect this inn from now on. Together, we'll make this place even more appealing. Kimberly nodded deeply, and the staff gathered in the lobby gradually relaxed, their faces breaking into relieved smiles. The soft remnants of the evening sun filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow over the reception area. Then several months passed. Rumors began to circulate that Kenneth had downsized Mirror Holdings and was working steadily to rebuild the company. Though he could no longer boast as boldly as before. He seemed to have abandoned his underhanded tactics and was maintaining the business through honest means. Through mutual acquaintances, I learned that Kenneth had muttered something about wanting to challenge me again someday. It seemed Kenneth had resolved to make a fresh start. If he could demonstrate his true capabilities without using others as stepping stones, there might come a day when we could face each other in a fair competition. Meanwhile, with Kenneth's interference gone, Clementine Inn was attracting even more international guests. Leveraging Richard's investment network, they expanded plans for inbound tourists and strengthened their overseas PR efforts through social media. Before we knew it, the inn's rooms were consistently over 80% booked on weekdays, and on weekends, it was rare to find a vacancy. When Richard learned about my contract with William, he protested, saying, "It's not fair that only William gets you. you've got to sign with me too. Or it won't be equal. And as a result, I ended up securing advisory contracts with two of the world's most prominent investors, William and Richard. These two seem to share a curious relationship, being deeply rooted rivals yet occasionally finding ways to cooperate. However, through this incident, William himself realized that most of Kenneth's reports were filled with misunderstandings and misinformation, which led him to abandon any unnecessary hostility toward me. Rather, he even approached me, saying, "I'd like to hear your thoughts at length sometime," which led to several three-way meetings with Richard also present. As a result, William seemed to realize that nurturing investments with a long-term perspective, rather than simply profiting by crushing local areas, would yield greater benefits. And he began demonstrating a willingness to collaborate with residents and business owners in several regional projects. Richard also showed understanding, saying, "I like it. It's constructive thinking," creating moments where the two seemed less like rivals and more like allies brainstorming global opportunities. However, even these two great figures have surprisingly childish sides. Before long, they started keeping an eye on each other's moves or competing in subtle ways, making my role as a mediator quite demanding. Richard's sulking, He's complaining that you're only talking to William. And William, on the other hand, would grumble, "Richard loves the spotlight, so we can't let our guard down with him." As a result, my phone rings incessantly throughout the day. Seriously, there's no time for chauffeur duties anymore. As I was organizing documents at the inn's reception desk, Stephen teased me with a smirk. "Of course not. You're juggling the schedules of the world's two biggest investors, right? When are you ever going to drive again? I barely do it anymore. I'd like to give guests a ride now and then, but these days, I'm swamped with advisory and translation work." I muttered with a wry smile, and Stephen responded with a sly chuckle. "But Kyle, whenever you're not around the inn, Kimberly seems pretty lonely." "She tries to hide it, though." Stephen whispered such a comment in my ear, causing my face to involuntarily flush red. "Is that so?" "Well, I do want to put down stronger roots here. But dealing with all the back and forth between William and Richard leaves me no time." I muttered, only for Stephen, standing by the front desk, to shrug dramatically and jump at the chance to comment. "Oh, is that right? Well, if you're so busy, then I guess it's up to me to claim Kimberly for myself." For a moment, I couldn't process what he'd just said, and my eyes widened in shock. "What? You can't say things like that. That's not funny." When I hurriedly responded, Stephen grinned mischievously, the corners of his mouth curling upward as if he was thoroughly enjoying himself. "Whether it's a joke or not depends on how you handle things. Kimberly has her own choice to make too, At that very moment, I caught sight of Kimberly, standing by the front desk, organizing papers. Her shoulders trembled slightly as her face turned bright red, and she avoided looking in my direction. It was clear she'd overheard every word. Embarrassed, she clutched the papers in her hands, keeping her gaze averted. Meanwhile, Stephen whistled nonchalantly as he returned to his work, as if to emphasize the deliberate nature of his comment. Even though I knew he'd said it on purpose, I couldn't help but feel the warmth spreading to my cheeks. "Really, this is too much." I muttered softly and glanced toward Kimberly. She briefly met my gaze, her cheeks flushed as she smiled shyly. The other staff members around us were grinning knowingly. Stephen's careless comment was embarrassingly bold, but in some way, it felt like it gave me a little push, warming something deep in my chest. Even the rivalry between William and Richard, arguing over "he's my advisor," now seemed like an endearing comedy. Stephen's teasing and the playful jabs from the inn staff, every bit of it felt precious to me. Tomorrow, new guests from across the sea are set to arrive. When Kimberly and I exchanged a glance, we nodded to each other with determination, saying, "All right, let's do our best," to motivate each other. The inn continued to prepare for the next morning as the night deepened. In this way, transitioning from a driver to an advisor, I continue to support this place. And I am certain that this will always be the place I call home. No matter how far the world expands, the place I always return to is here. The warm and welcoming Clementine Inn, lovingly protected by Kimberly and the others. 100 lunchboxes suddenly cancelled? The small lunchbox shop was drenched in rain. Standing under the awning, Mia froze in disbelief. Josh, I think our shop might not survive this. Her trembling voice carried a deep sadness. The large order my boss, Joe, had promised. It was cancelled at the last minute, on the day of delivery. The woman standing before me looked utterly shattered, fragile. Gone was the aura of the brilliant chef who once shone in a 3-star restaurant. But inside me, a flame of anger began to blaze. Joe? He never intended to place the order in the first place. Mia's relentless efforts, the bulk purchases, it was all about to go to waste. At that moment, a plan sparked in my mind. Mia, leave it to me. I'll make this right, no matter what. I took out my phone and dialed a number. To save the lunchbox shop, and to take revenge on Joe, our battle was about to begin. My name is Josh. I'm 33 years old and a team leader in the planning department at 103 Inc., an event production company. Our company specializes in a wide range of entertainment events, from corporate gatherings to large-scale festivals and food-themed events. Our mission is to bring clients' visions to life and deliver joy and inspiration to people. It's been 10 years since I started this job. I began as a rookie who didn't know left from right, but now, as a leader in the planning department, I face challenges head-on every day. I chose this career because I wanted to bring people moments of wonder. Seeing smiles light up participants' faces during an event. That's my greatest joy and my guiding principle. Each day is a series of new challenges. Different clients bring different needs, budgets, and scales of events. Balancing these while crafting the perfect plan is a rewarding process. The joy of turning ideas into reality, the satisfaction on a client's face, and the smiles of eventgoers. These keep me going. Good morning, Josh. As I stepped into the office, Kent, our new team member, greeted me cheerfully. Morning, Kent. Let's make today a great one. I replied with a warm smile as I headed to my desk. On my desk lay a stack of proposals completed yesterday. Today was the critical day to present these to our clients. All right, let's go over them one more time. I carefully reviewed the proposals. Each one was the product of countless team discussions and refinements. They were designed to meet client needs and bring joy to participants. Josh, can I have a word? Suddenly, I heard Joe's voice. Sure, what is it? Rewrite all these proposals. What? I looked up at Joe in shock. His expression was stern, his brow furrowed deeply. What do you mean? These proposals were thoroughly reviewed by the entire team. I said rewrite them. Follow my instructions. Joe interrupted bluntly. But Joe, today's the submission deadline. There's no time to. No excuses. Can't you follow my orders? Joe's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of everyone in the office. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I see. Could you clarify exactly how I should revise them? Here. Joe opened the proposal and started flipping through the pages, giving rapid-fire instructions. Double the scale of this event. Budget? We'll deal with that later. And replace all the attractions here, use my friend's company. His barrage of demands left me stunned. This would completely change the essence of the plan. Worse, it veered far from what the client had requested. Joe, that would no longer align with the client's intentions. Plus, the budget. Shut up and do as I say. You're the team leader, aren't you? Work your team overnight if you have to. Joe shouted angrily and turned on his heel, storming out of the room. A heavy silence settled over the office. Josh. Kent approached me with a worried expression. "It's all right, don't worry," I replied with a reassuring smile, though inside, I was in turmoil. What should I do? Following Joe's orders would lose the client's trust. But ignoring them wasn't an option either. I gathered my team. The situation is tough, but we still have a chance. I've decided to present two versions of the proposal at the client meeting. My team members looked surprised. One will follow Joe's directives. The other will be our original plan. But, isn't that risky? Kent spoke up, his concern evident. I know the risks. But giving the client options will help ensure they're happiest with the final result, right? After a moment of hesitation, my team nodded, determination growing in their faces. The client meeting went better than expected. When we presented both proposals and explained the differences, the client highly praised our original plan. As expected of you, Josh and your team. You've truly understood our needs and crafted an excellent proposal. Relief washed over me at their words. But that relief was short-lived. When I returned to the office, Joe was waiting for me. Josh, what did you do? Joe's furious voice echoed through the office. I'm sorry, Joe. But I prioritized the client's requests and no excuses. You disobeyed my orders. That's a serious violation. Joe's anger froze the room. Josh did nothing wrong. Suddenly, Kent stood up and shouted. We all decided this together. Josh only acted in the client's best interest. Shut up. A rookie has no right to speak. Joe yelled at Kent furiously. Kent stepped back, his face filled with fear. Joe, he's not at fault. The decision was mine alone. I stepped in front of Kent, shielding him as I faced Joe. Josh. Joe's eyes burned with rage. From now on, Josh, stop making decisions on your own. Follow all my instructions. Joe's words dripped with disdain. I see. I replied quietly, though I knew this was only the beginning. Joe's habit of harassing colleagues who didn't conform to his whims was well known. I recalled similar incidents from the past. 6 months ago, Tom, a mid-level team member, challenged Joe's opinion. Shortly after, Tom was abruptly removed from important projects and relegated to menial tasks. Eventually, the stress drove him to quit. Then there was Nancy, a designer who had revised one of Joe's designs. From that point on, Joe harshly criticized every piece of her work, pushing her away from creative projects entirely. Thinking of these events, I steeled myself. I wouldn't let my team suffer the same fate. Sure enough, Joe's harassment began the next day. Hey, Josh. That company barbecue you organized, is it happening at the usual spot? Yes, it is. Since it's familiar, the team knows the place well, and preparations go smoothly. Joe stroked his thinning hair, then gave an unreasonable order. Same place every year? That's boring. What about that, a glamp or something? Glamping? Joe often latched onto trends he barely understood. Yeah, that. Make it happen. But it'll push us way over budget. Even if we ask for additional contributions, employees might not agree. That's your job to figure out. Quit whining and get moving. All right. Satisfied with himself, Joe flashed his crooked grin before heading back to his desk. Ugh. I let out a quiet sigh, releasing the frustration I'd been holding in. Across from me, Kent was watching with a worried expression. To reassure him, I offered a small smile. One day, returning from lunch, I walked into an office filled with tension. The sight before me stopped me in my tracks. One of my team members stood with hunched shoulders, enduring a tirade from Joe, whose face was red with anger. What's going on here? I asked. It seems there was a change in the exhibition plan they were handling. Joe's been nitpicking them for it. Kent explained, his voice a mix of frustration and pity. Again. Lately, the oppressive atmosphere in the department had grown harder to ignore. Joe's relentless verbal harassment was taking its toll, leaving the team drained. In these exhausting days, there was one place that gave me solace. Welcome. Oh, hey, Josh. Hey. I'll take the usual and 100 grams of the fried chicken. Raising my left hand casually, I placed my order. The small lunchbox shop, Williams, was tucked into a corner of the shopping street near my home. It was run by Mia, my childhood friend from elementary school. I'd been a regular since my rookie days. Mia was also my first love, and to this day, my feelings for her remained unchanged. But beyond that, the food here was exceptional. The shop, passed down from Mia's parents, was worn with age. The faded paint and barely legible Williams sign gave it a rundown look. Despite that, Mia's bright personality and the unmatched taste of the food kept me coming back. After her parents passed away a few years ago, Mia had been running the shop alone. Unfortunately, a large supermarket opened nearby, drawing away most of her customers. This didn't just affect Williams. Many of the small, family-run shops in the shopping street were hit hard. This didn't just affect Williams. Many of the small, family-run shops in the shopping street were hit hard. One by one, they had been forced to close. While Williams's food was undeniably delicious, the decline in foot traffic and the shop's shabby appearance were taking their toll. I'd love to renovate the shop, but I just don't have the money. Mia clearly wanted to find a way out of her current struggles, but between daily preparations and sales, she barely had the energy to keep the shop afloat. As I mulled over what could be done, Mia called out to me. "It's ready. Thanks. I'm always asking for so much, sorry about that." "It's fine. Josh, you're like a beacon of hope for me." Despite the oil and demanding environment she worked in, her sunny smile was like a ray of light. Even without makeup, she brightened my heart far more than most women our age who focused on appearances. The stress from work that constantly wore me down seemed to melt away with her warm smile and gentle conversations. Out of concern for my hectic schedule, Mia always made me a special, healthy lunchbox. Once, I had casually mentioned how I often forgot to eat during busy days, and she had scolded me, saying, "If you ruin your health, it's all pointless." Since then, she'd been taking care of me like this. Apparently, Mia's parents had shared the same philosophy. They used to do similar things for regular customers and fellow shop owners in the neighborhood. "Thanks for everything," I said. "Don't mention it. Come back soon." She replied with a wave, skillfully tidying up the shop for closing. As I walked home, I found myself reflecting on bittersweet memories from high school. Still eating just bread again today? Is your family broke or something? Hey, if your dad finds out, your family's done for. During lunch, my classmates would always tease me when they caught me sneaking a corn mayo bread roll from my bag. With my father a congressman and my mother running his office tirelessly, I often felt like an afterthought. Lunch was usually a convenience store sandwich or rice ball, bought with my meager allowance. In our rural high school, most families ran their own businesses and were fairly well off. Students like me, with simple lunches, stuck out like a sore thumb. Everyone also knew about my father's job, which only deepened my isolation in class. But Mia was different. "Just bread again? You play badminton, right? That's not enough for you." She was right, I was always starving. No matter her intent, her concern made me happy. And, of course, she was someone I admired from afar, which made it even more meaningful. "Yeah, but I'm used to it," I said, trying to hide my embarrassment behind a show of nonchalance. However, Mia had apparently heard rumors of me collapsing from exhaustion during practice, and her expression grew concerned. "Why are you trying to act tough?" "I'm not," I retorted, tearing open the wrapper and biting into my cold bread, avoiding the teasing glances of my classmates. The next day, something unexpected happened. Here, take this. What's this? At the school entrance, Mia handed me a neatly wrapped box. A lunchbox. My family runs a lunchbox shop, remember? Wait, you made this for me? She nodded shyly. I glanced around nervously to make sure no one was watching before hurriedly stuffing it into my bag. Thanks. Tell your parents thanks too, I mumbled awkwardly. Sure. She replied softly, as I avoided looking at her and headed for the classroom. When lunch break finally came, I secretly opened the box. The lid revealed golden, sweet salty omelette, bright red cherry tomatoes, and a few pieces of the shop's signature fried chicken, perfectly crispy. The second tier of the lunchbox was packed with fluffy white rice, topped with a single pickled plum in the center. Looks amazing. I couldn't help but dig in with fervor. It had been ages since I'd eaten something homemade like this, and it tasted like pure bliss. The omelette was perfectly seasoned, and the fried chicken stayed crispy even when it became cold. The simmered seaweed as a sigh for color was soft and flavorful, and despite not being a big fan of Japanese dishes, I polished it off without hesitation. That was amazing. Sitting in front of the empty lunchbox, I rubbed my satisfied stomach. Feeling someone's gaze, I turned around to find Mia chatting with her friends, sneaking a smile at me. She's so cute. Even though I thought that, I couldn't bring myself to say anything. All I could do was silently smile back in my heart. From then on, an exchange involving her lunchboxes became a regular occurrence for us. Every morning at the school entrance, I'd take the neatly wrapped lunchbox she handed me, replacing it with the empty one from the previous day. On weekends, I'd leave a bag with an empty lunchbox hanging on her house's front door. How's the taste? Not bad, right? As I emptied my lunchbox as usual, basking in satisfaction, she suddenly called out to me. Of course it's good. I replied, though I wished I could express so much more. I'm glad. You've seemed more lively lately, Josh. Food really makes a difference, doesn't it? She spoke with joy, circling my desk as if celebrating. Hey, isn't this hard on your parents? I worried that preparing a daily meal for someone outside her family, on top of running the shop, might be a burden. But Mia looked surprised as she responded. Ha! I make the lunchboxes myself. Wait, really? Yeah, my parents are too busy with the shop to help me with stuff like that. So, every single one of these is made by you? Yup. I handle all the cooking for my lunches, dinners at home, and now yours too. She said, puffing her chest out proudly. Wow, you've clearly inherited your parents' skills. Everything is delicious. Really? Thanks. Her genuinely joyful smile made my own lips curl upward in response. Getting to eat handmade meals from someone I admire, maybe my life isn't so bad after all. I thought, lifting a piece of simmered radish from the lunchbox. One evening after work, I stopped by Williams again. The shop was quiet, with only a few customers left. Mia was packing up the remaining side dishes, reminiscing about old times. Remember how, whenever you brought out fried chicken, all the guys would swarm around you? Yeah, they'd act so cold most of the time, but fried chicken turned them into completely different people. She said with a wry smile, probably recalling the faces of our classmates. But you know, the thing I loved the most was how you always ate my lunchboxes like they were the best thing in the world. Really? I hadn't realized she'd noticed, and the thought made my face heat up. At first, you seemed so blunt and unapproachable, but I realized you were actually serious and kind. That's not true. I tried to deny it, but she cut me off. No, it is. I could tell just by watching you. Sure, friends and family also praised my cooking. But your reaction was always the one that made me happiest. I didn't know that. That's why I thought, I want to make more people like him happy, and decided to pursue cooking. Hearing this, I felt a lump in my throat and didn't know how to respond. Now I feel a little responsible. Don't be silly. You encouraged me to follow my dream, Josh. That's how I've been able to endure the tough times, she said. Her expression thoughtful as she gazed into the distance. Mia had once been a chef at a Michelin-starred restaurant, earning 3 stars. Back then, her parents were still running Williams, but as their health began to decline, Mia struggled to decide her future. Eventually, she chose to take over the shop, leaving the restaurant to learn and preserve her parents' recipes. However, before she could fully prepare, both parents fell ill, leaving Mia to shoulder everything alone. In the end, Mia decided to take over the shop, leaving her restaurant job and beginning to inherit her parents' recipes. However, just as she started this journey, both of her parents fell ill in quick succession, leaving her to manage everything on her own. Of course, there were plenty of tough and painful times, both then and now. But compared to the despair I felt when my parents suddenly passed away, none of it seemed that bad. Still, I had the shop. The fact that I've kept it running and even became a chef, all of it is thanks to you, Josh. She said with a warm smile, reassuring me not to feel guilty. Just then, a customer arrived. Good evening. Sorry for the late delivery, it's Emma from Shobutsu. Oh, thank you so much for coming. Likewise, thank you for your continued business. A petite woman carrying a box almost as big as she was stepped into the shop. Without thinking, I called out to her. Here, let me help you with that, I offered, reaching for the box. But she smiled and waved me off. No, I'm used to this, it's my job. Thank you, though. She swiftly carried the box into the kitchen. Despite the lingering heat and humidity, her determined figure, wiping away sweat as she worked, was remarkably strong and resilient. That's Emma from Shobutsu. They supply ingredients and packaging materials at really reasonable prices. She explained softly. Oh, the big distributor? I worked with them for a food event once, I said, impressed. Here's the delivery slip, Emma said as she handed it over. Thanks. It's so hot today, isn't it? Sure is. By the way, is he your boyfriend? Emma asked with a playful tone, catching me off guard. I almost nodded instinctively before stammering, no. We're just old classmates. Yeah, he's just a regular who stops by often. I forced a smile to mask my flustered heart, while Bey replied in her usual nonchalant tone. Though, honestly, I wouldn't mind if it turned out that way. Oh, really? I must have misunderstood because you two seem to have such a nice vibe. She said it with a cheerful smile, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. As I mulled over her words, she called out in a voice loud enough to echo through the entire shopping street, Thanks again. See you next time. Then, she jogged out of the shop. As we watched her leave, neither of us realized we were probably thinking the same thing. The annual 10-3 Grand Appreciation Festival was fast approaching. This event brought together clients, partners, and the general public for a day of food stalls, sports tournaments, games, and kid-friendly attractions like superhero shows. Last year's event, featuring local mascots, even got media coverage, boosting both the festivals and the company's visibility through SNS posts by attendees. As a result, this time of year always brought a burst of activity to the planning and production department, making the office noticeably more hectic. This year, Joe took on the role of overall manager, determined to make the event even better than the previous year. Naturally, his enthusiasm translated into increasingly demanding instructions, leaving us, his subordinates, scrambling to keep up. Amid the chaos, the topic of where to order the staff lunchbox came up. Seizing the opportunity, I eagerly raised my hand. I know a great lunchbox shop run by an old friend. Their food has a fantastic reputation. I think serving delicious meals would energize everyone and make the event even better. Not bad for you, Josh, Joe said with a smirk. Fine, we'll go with them for the lunchboxes. Surprisingly, Joe responded positively, which caught me off guard. Relieved that he didn't press for further details, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I immediately contacted Mia to place the order for the lunchboxes. She was overjoyed, practically jumping with excitement, and promised to pour her heart into making them, clearly filled with determination. Her enthusiasm became a tailwind for me, too, motivating me to dive even deeper into the event preparations with renewed energy. The day before the festival arrived. The team had worked tirelessly, sacrificing weekends and staying late to ensure everything was ready. Despite the dark circles under their eyes, their faces glowed with accomplishment. The only task left was to pick up the lunchboxes from Williams the next morning. But even for a skilled chef like Mia, preparing 100 meals alone must have been exhausting. As I packed up for the day, I noticed a missed call from her. Did Mia try to reach me? I had been so engrossed in my work that I didn't notice the missed call. She might need extra hands to help, I thought. With that in mind, I explained the situation to my team and decided to head to Williams. Little did I know that a major commotion was about to unfold. Damn it, tomorrow was such an important day for the company. Grumbling under my breath, I glanced at the overcast sky beyond my umbrella and quickened my pace toward the shop. Passing through the deserted shopping street, I soon spotted the familiar, worn-out sign of Williams. But then... Mia! I instinctively broke into a run. Josh! What should I do? Sitting in the rain under the awning, Mia looked up at me and immediately began to sob uncontrollably. What happened? I crouched down and gently shook her shoulder. A little while ago, someone named Joe called and told me the event had been postponed. What? Postponed? This was news to me. Maybe some trouble had arisen while I was on my way here. You'd think there would have been some kind of notification, but I had no idea what was going on. This morning, I tried calling you, but I couldn't get through. So I used the business card I had and called the number for the person in charge. Mia explained. Apparently, Joe himself answered the call and informed her of the postponement. Josh, what's going on? Let me find out, I said, pulling out my phone. But before I could dial, someone approached from behind. Josh, what are you doing here? Joe's casual tone only added fuel to my frustration. Joe, what's this about the postponement? I demanded, unable to hide my irritation. You didn't know? He asked, momentarily startled by my intensity. But we were working on preparations until just now, I shot back. Joe sighed, his expression a mix of exasperation and condescension. This, he said, forming a circle with his thumb and index finger as if to emphasize his point. Got a call from accounting earlier. Turns out, we're way over budget. If we go ahead with the event, this quarter's profits will be in the red. So, I made the call to cancel. Wait, you're saying the event itself is scrapped? For now, tomorrow's off the table, Joe declared bluntly. But what about the lunchboxes? We've already prepared them. Canceling at this point would be devastating for us. Mia, looking desperate, pleaded with him. That's not my problem. Figure something out on your end. Joe said dismissively, his tone cold and detached. Forgetting he was my boss, I stepped closer, nearly shouting. Figure something out? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to handle 100 meals at this stage? The postponement isn't even their fault. Joe smirked, glaring down at us. Maybe if you'd done your due diligence, this wouldn't have happened. Josh, for someone who loves giving lectures, you're pretty sloppy yourself. But I've never heard about a postponement before. This budget issue is partly your responsibility. A project like this can't move forward without money. Maybe you should keep that in mind next time. Joe said, folding his arms and leaning back with a smug grin. At that moment, Emma from Shobutsu arrived for her regular delivery. Hello? Ha? Did something happen? She looked confused, glancing between Mia, soaked and distraught, and the tense atmosphere that filled the shop. Despite the awkwardness, she maintained her usual cheerful demeanor. Actually, we're in quite a bind. I explained the situation on behalf of the still shaken Mia. That's definitely a problem, Emma said, empathizing as though it were her own issue. She turned to Joe, disbelief written all over her face. Wait, what? That's unbelievable. Emma gasped, covering her mouth with both hands in shock. Joe, trying to maintain his composure, couldn't completely hide his obvious unease. Oh, what are you doing here? Joe stammered. Obviously, I'm working, Emma replied firmly. Wait, do you two know each other? Mia asked hesitantly, looking back and forth between them. What Emma said next was completely unexpected. He's my father. But we've lived apart for a long time, so it's rare for us to even see each other like this, she admitted, her voice heavy with mixed emotions. After that, she seemed unable to continue. Joe, however, broke the silence with a dismissive tone. You work for a decent-sized company, don't you? Why would you bother dealing with a tiny shop like this? Although his comment was incredibly rude, especially in front of Mia, I decided to hold my tongue. Since when does a supplier rank its clients by size? Emma snapped, her delicate features twisting with anger. This is exactly what you always do, criticizing everything people work hard for. You think you're so important, but you're just selfish. People have their own pride and reasons for what they do. Emma then launched into a heartfelt rant, pointing out how Joe's domineering attitude and disregard for others' feelings had consistently caused trouble for those around him. This whole situation, you decided to postpone the event on your own, didn't you? You haven't changed at all. You're just as thoughtless as ever, she said, her voice trembling with frustration. Joe refused to back down. This has nothing to do with you. I've worked my fingers to the bone to provide for my family. How dare you speak to me like that? And that's exactly the problem. Emma shot back. You act like everything you do is for us. But all you really care about is control and your own pride. She hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, That's why our family fell apart. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she tilted her head down to hide them, her lips pressed tightly together. Emma. For a brief moment, a look of sorrow crossed Joe's face, but noticing our gazes, he quickly regained his defiant demeanor. This is work. It's none of your business, he barked. Ha! Emma's face went pale, like the life had been drained from her. Anyway, stay out of this, Joe muttered before storming off, clearly shaken. Emma, are you okay? Mia asked gently, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Yeah. I'm sorry for showing you something so embarrassing, Emma replied, bowing her head apologetically, though her voice still wavered with emotion. Shaking my head, I said, I never would have guessed you were Joe's daughter. Me neither, Emma admitted. I never imagined I'd end up working in the same field as him, let alone meet one of his colleagues. Mia smiled softly. Sometimes, the world really is small, she said, her words easing the tension in the air. Was he always like that at home? Curious, I decided to ask. Emma hesitated before slowly starting to speak. When I was little, my dad was actually kind and attentive. He always worried about my mom if something seemed off. He'd call home no matter what time it was. But as work got busier, he stopped doing those things. When he came home, he was often irritable. Over time, Joe began spending more and more nights away from home. My mom used to joke, we're basically a single-parent household, but I think it hurt her deeply. Eventually, she fell out of love with him, and our family drifted apart. Over time, Emma's mother's love for Joe faded, and their family completely fell apart. At the time, Emma was in middle school. It must have been an incredible shock to experience her parents' divorce during such a formative and sensitive period. From then until now, they hadn't been in contact at all. My mom stayed strong for my sake, managing unfamiliar work and household responsibilities all on her own. Thanks to her, I was able to go to college. I always wanted to repay her for everything she did, but 2 years ago, the years of overwork and stress caught up with Emma's mother, leaving her ill and needing regular treatment. My mom was never physically strong. That's why I can't forgive my father for creating the circumstances that forced her to sacrifice herself. That's completely understandable, Mia said, nodding with genuine empathy. You've been through so much, Emma. You've done incredibly well to get this far, Mia added, her voice full of warmth. Thank you. That's why seeing him for the first time in so long, only to find out he hasn't changed at all, was such a shock. I felt so ashamed and upset that I lost control like that. It's okay, really. We're fine, Mia said gently, not seeming bothered by the incident. Still, Emma's expression remained clouded as she added, I truly apologize for all the trouble my father has caused. Is there anything I can do to help? If we all work together, we might be able to sell the lunchboxes and avoid a huge loss, I chimed in, supporting Emma's offer. But Mia's worried face didn't lighten. If this keeps up, Williams might not survive much longer. And Emma's efforts would go to waste, too. There's got to be something we can do, I thought, before resolutely speaking up. Let's focus on selling these lunchboxes. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll help. That sounds great. I can't sell them myself since I have work, but I'll spread the word to my friends, Emma added enthusiastically. What? Sure, selling them is better than wasting them, but we won't make much profit anyway, Mia replied with a tone of resignation. It's not just about the profit. It's about getting people to experience the taste of Williams' food. Once they know how good it is, they'll come back, I explained. But this shopping street hardly gets any foot traffic, Mia murmured doubtfully. Still, it's better than doing nothing, Emma said, passionately backing me up. Although Mia's concern didn't completely fade, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right. Let's do what we can. Thanks, Josh. The next day, we lined up all 100 lunchboxes at Williams' storefront. Mia and I stood side by side, waiting for customers. But as expected, the deserted shopping street didn't magically fill with people. Determined, I took out my phone and started promoting the lunchboxes on social media. Williams in the shopping district has 100 lunchboxes for sale today. If you can, please come and support us. We'd really appreciate it. Special lunchboxes from Williams, 100 in total. Hoping to sell them all today. Please share this post. I crafted a few similar messages, ensuring to add hashtags like spread the word before hitting post. Alright, done, I muttered. Yeah, you really need to use these tools to draw people in nowadays. Maybe I should start doing this too, Mia said thoughtfully. Wait, Mia, you haven't been using social media for the shop? I found myself genuinely surprised. Not really. I've been so focused on just running the business that I never got around to it. Mia chuckled softly as she spoke, switching her gaze between me and her phone as we waited for customers. Oh. We've got some responses, I said, noticing replies pouring in. I quickly added heart reactions while scanning the messages. How's it looking? Mia leaned over to peek at my screen, her scent a mix of sweat and soap unexpectedly tugging at my chest. At this rate, I think they'll sell out soon, I replied with confidence. Sure enough, young people clutching their phones began to trickle in, glancing curiously toward the shop. Excuse me, are you selling lunchboxes? Yes, of course. Mia replied, her smile softening as she began introducing the bentos. These are all handmade, with no preservatives, so please enjoy them by the end of the day. Wow, they look delicious. A young couple peeked into the bag as they left, beaming with excitement. "Miss, I'll take one too," a tan construction worker said, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. "Thank you so much," Mia said with a grateful smile. Thanks to the power of social media, the lunchboxes were quickly selling. Within a few hours, we'd sold a third of them. But there are still so many left. I sighed, staring at the remaining boxes covering most of the table. The day's just getting started, Mia said, showing me her watch with a hopeful look. Her watch was nearing 10:30. "All we can do now is hope people come by around lunchtime," I said. As we spoke, Kent suddenly arrived. "Josh." "Oh, Kent. What are you doing here?" After hearing about this, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing as your colleague. "Oh, hello," he said, bowing politely to Mia. I introduced him to Mia, and as we looked at the stack of lunchboxes, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Kent, however, quickly pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hey, it's me." "Yep, there's still plenty." "All right, see you soon," he said before hanging up. "Kent, who were you calling?" I started to ask, but stopped when a customer approached. "Hey, give me 3 of these." "Ah, yes, thank you." I scrambled to process the payment, and before I knew it, more customers began showing up. "Josh, I came to buy lunchboxes." "Oh, by the way, this is my girlfriend," one of my younger colleagues said, introducing the adorable girl beside him. "Nice to meet you," she said with a polite bow. One of my younger colleagues from the same department showed up, bringing along his adorable girlfriend to buy lunchboxes. As I watched them, familiar faces started appearing one after another. "Hello, I'm Nancy's mother." My colleague told me about these delicious-sounding lunchboxes, so I had to check it out, said another. Friends, family, and colleagues of our team bought several lunchboxes each, offering their support. "Thank you so much. That'll be $8. As the crowd grew, Kent and a few others jumped in to help with sales. Williams was becoming busier and livelier by the minute. "Wait, is that Mr. Johnson? What brings you here? I saw your post and came to tease you." "Just kidding, I thought the lunchboxes looked delicious," he said with a chuckle. The president of a client company, who we've always worked closely with, said this jokingly as he came to buy a lunchbox. "Is this your wife with you?" Mia asked, smiling. "Ah, she will be soon," he said shyly, glancing at the stunning woman beside him. "Congratulations. Here's some tea, on the house," Mia offered warmly, adding a couple of bottles of tea to their bag. "Thank you," the couple said, walking away with happy smiles. There was no time to bask in the gratitude and sentiment as the wave of customers continued. I'd been curious about this place for a while but never had the chance to stop by. I'm so glad I did today. I saw your shop on social media and just had to try it. This is exactly what I've been craving. I didn't even know a place like this existed nearby. I'll definitely come back, some customers said. Hearing these unexpected compliments made Mia smile brighter than ever, and she channeled that energy into serving customers. "Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you again. Our lunchboxes can be customized, so feel free to let us know your preferences next time. Would you like extra chopsticks? How about some tea to go with it?" The momentum continued, with one customer bringing another, until the mountain of lunchboxes steadily shrank. Despite my lack of experience with customer service, I was filled with awe and gratitude for the overwhelming response. When we finally slowed down, there were only 10 lunchboxes left. "This is unbelievable," Mia said, staring at the now clear counter, her amazement evident. "Thank you, everyone, truly," she said, bowing deeply to Kent and the others who had come to help. "Not at all. Josh has always looked out for us, so this is the least we can do," Kent said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, smiling warmly. "That's right," Steve chimed in. If Josh hadn't stood up to Joe's harassment and protected us, we might have crumbled long ago. Absolutely, Emily added, nodding earnestly. Everyone knows how Josh sacrifices himself to shield us. Michael joined in, his voice steady. That's why, just for today, let us return the favor. Helping someone important to Josh is just as important to us. Everyone. I found myself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Kent smirked. But Josh, I'm surprised to learn such a cute person was your classmate, he teased. Huh? I exclaimed, startled. Mia's face turned bright red. Wait, what are you talking about? She stammered. Michael, not missing a beat, jumped in. Yeah, Josh, I heard you always buy lunchboxes from this shop. So this is why, huh? No, it's not like that. I tried to deny it, but Mia looked at me curiously. Is that so? She asked, her gaze locking onto mine. Steve laughed. Look, Josh is blushing. The playful jabs from my team lightened the mood, and Mia gave a shy smile, though still visibly embarrassed. Come on, guys, cut it out. I said with an awkward chuckle. Mia and I are just old classmates, and I come here because the food is great. Sure, we believe you. Kent replied with a grin that showed he wasn't convinced. But hey, maybe this is a good opportunity. Alright, everyone. Let's get back to work. I interjected, hastily changing the subject. Amused, my team returned to their tasks, their laughter lingering in the air. You've had so many people stop by today to say they're grateful for you, Mia said, lightly nudging my shoulder. Her comment only made my embarrassment worse. Thanks to everyone's efforts, we managed to sell all the lunchboxes. While it was still a financial loss overall, Williams avoided a catastrophic setback. Thank you so much, really, Mia said, her expression full of relief and gratitude. Her face, so full of emotion, stayed with me long after that day. A few weeks had passed. The sudden postponement of the company event, along with the story of how we managed to sell all the pre-ordered lunchboxes in such a short time, had apparently become a hot topic within the office. Naturally, the news reached the bosses. They began to question, why was the event postponed at the last minute? Joe, as the event manager, was summoned for an explanation. It turned out the reason Joe gave me was a complete lie. There had been no pressing need to postpone. The real reason? I didn't like seeing Josh having fun. Josh doesn't follow my orders. He insists on pushing his ideas and winning over the team's trust. He's getting too full of himself, even though I'm the one in charge of this department. Because of him, Joe's petty grudge had caused chaos and unnecessary financial loss. Resentful of my defiance, he had schemed to tarnish my reputation. Using his authority, he manipulated a rookie in the accounting department to fabricate budget figures, creating the illusion of overspending. His plan was to make it seem like my projects were running at a deficit, convincing the bosses that I was responsible for the failure. However, the discrepancies in the budget were too glaring. One of my old friends in the accounting department, Lisa, noticed the inconsistencies and dug deeper. That's when Joe's scheme came to light. Despite the evidence against him, Joe tried desperately to justify his actions with feeble excuses. Well, the reason is, one of my colleagues made a mistake when reserving the venue, and, I've never heard that before, someone interrupted firmly. That's, Joe stammered, his explanation becoming shakier by the second. Sweat started pouring down his face as the tension mounted. Joe, there's no need to hide the truth anymore, one of the executives said, his sharp gaze making Joe flinch. What do you mean by that? Joe asked, his voice trembling. We've been keeping an eye on the unusually high turnover rate in the planning department for a while now, the executive continued. Mr. Johnson was particularly concerned. After all, it's a vital department for our company. So, we investigated, including your role in the recent event postponement. The executive's piercing eyes made Joe shiver. Well, you see, I've been meaning to bring this to your attention, Joe began, scrambling for an excuse. The immense pressure of handling such critical projects for 10-3 has been too much for some of the team, leading to this situation. We believe your behavior is a significant factor in the problem. Do you have anything to say about that? My behavior? Joe repeated, clearly caught off guard. The executive didn't wait for a response. You give unreasonable orders, derail carefully planned schedules, summon employees on their days off for unnecessary tasks, and change deadlines without explanation. Do you know what that's called, Joe? It's called workplace harassment. I didn't mean to. Joe looked down, his face pale. But it didn't end there. Further investigation revealed more egregious acts. Joe had misused his authority to acquire tickets to high-profile concerts under the guise of corporate relations and had inappropriately contacted a female employee from a client company after meeting her at an event. With testimony from team members and others involved, the bosses took Joe's actions seriously. He was demoted, removed from his position as event manager, and placed on indefinite leave. Josh, is this all set on your end? Yep. From here on, it's all yours, I replied, grinning despite the paint smudges on my face. Wait, this is a big project tied to your promotion, isn't it? Exactly, which is why I trust you all to handle it. Don't worry, you've got this, I said with a thumbs up. With less than a week to go until the rescheduled event, I realized the planning team couldn't handle everything on their own. I called for help from across the company, and the response was overwhelming. Creative and unique ideas flowed in, and the preparations picked up momentum. These supplies should arrive the day before. Our team will all be available to help. Josh, what's next on the agenda? As the first-time manager of a major event, I was exhausted, juggling tasks while feeling the immense pressure to ensure its success. This wasn't just a corporate event, it was highly publicized, covered by media outlets, and seen as a reflection of our company's capabilities. Failure wasn't an option. Too many people had worked too hard to let it fall apart. And of course, I decided to call her to once again ask for her help with that important request. Hello? Williams? Could I place an order for 100 lunchboxes again? I asked, knowing Mia's lunchboxes had become a symbol of our resilience. When the event day arrived, the turnout exceeded expectations. Attendees of all ages lined up, smiling and enjoying every moment. The media coverage was extensive, and despite the exhaustion, I felt an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. 10 days after the event, I received an unexpected call. It's been a while. Oh. The designated cafe was an old-school establishment, dimly lit even during the day. Sitting across from me was Joe, looking gaunt and noticeably more bald than before. Sorry for dragging you out. I heard the event was a big success. Congratulations, Joe said, his tone subdued. Thank you. It was the result of everyone's hard work, I replied, sipping my coffee. Joe fidgeted with his hands, struggling to find the words. So, you must be laughing inside, seeing me like this, he said bitterly. Not at all, I said. If anything. My words trailed off, tangled in a mix of emotions. I've been thinking about the postponement. Looking back, it was a terrible thing to do. Honestly, I didn't think you'd even agree to meet me today. So, thanks for coming, Joe said, his voice tinged with regret. As he spoke, Joe lowered his head apologetically, his expression filled with remorse. I felt a wave of conflicting emotions and, unable to sit in the awkwardness, I shifted the conversation. Emma, your daughter, never thought I'd have a connection to her in a place like this. Joe said with a strained smile, a glimpse of a father's face breaking through his usual demeanor. She's incredibly spirited. Every day, she drives around on her own, hauling heavy loads back and forth. I'm sure she deals with challenges I can't even imagine, yet she works with such enthusiasm. I see. I asked her about you the other day. I bet she had nothing but bad things to say about me. Joe said with a self-deprecating chuckle. Actually, it was the opposite. She said she was lonely. I replied, recounting Emma's words. She said that? Joe's face softened, a mixture of regret and sorrow crossing his features. Even her current job, it's because of you. Because of me? How could that be? I was hardly ever there. Exactly. She thought if she worked in the same industry, she might cross paths with you someday. Joe's defenses crumbled, and tears welled up in his eyes. It was as if a dam had burst, releasing years of suppressed emotions. I thought I was doing my best. I told myself that making sure the family never struggled financially meant working hard, putting everything into my job. I convinced myself that it was for their sake. But he let out a long, heavy sigh. I was wrong. In the end, I lost everything. It's over. With that, Joe buried his face in his hands on the table. For a moment, I wasn't sure if leaving things like this was the right thing to do. I found myself lost in thought. Thank you for taking time out of your day. It's nothing. After all, you've been such a great help to me, Mia replied with a smile. The following Sunday, I found myself at Williams again. The weight of Emma's pained expression and the fleeting glimpse of Joe's vulnerable, fatherly side had been gnawing at me. It was like something was lodged in my throat, refusing to go away. That's when I decided to consult Mia and arrange for Emma and Joe to meet again. At first, I worried that their previous encounter might make a resolution unlikely. But to my surprise, Joe took the first step. Look, I'm sorry about the other day, Joe said awkwardly the moment he saw Emma. Emma, startled, shook her head. No, I was the one who got carried away, she admitted, her voice tinged with regret. After that brief exchange, silence fell between them. Only the faint sounds of Mia's footsteps and the rhythmic chopping of her knife broke the stillness. Finally, Joe seemed to steel himself and spoke again. How's work going? It's fine. I've built some muscle doing all the heavy lifting, though, Emma said with a light laugh. Well, you've always been serious and hardworking. I'm sure your company values you a lot, Joe said, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Do you think so? I hope that's true, Emma replied, her expression softening, a small smile forming on her lips. Encouraged by the shift in her demeanor, Joe mustered the courage to continue. I always thought I was doing the best I could for you and your mother. But looking back, I see now that it was just an excuse. The truth is, I caused you both so much pain. Joe placed his hands on the table and bowed deeply. I'm truly sorry. I mean it. From the bottom of my heart. Dad. Emma's face softened with visible relief as she continued. If that's the case, I have a favor to ask. What is it, Emma? Joe asked hesitantly. Could you meet Mom, too? What? Meet her? Yes. Mom always complains about you, but deep down, I think she really wants to see you. So? All right. Joe looked down, a conflicted expression crossing his face. After a moment, he nodded. Emma gently placed a hand on his shoulder and gave him an encouraging smile. It'll be okay. That encounter seemed to mark a turning point for Joe. His tendency for workplace harassment disappeared entirely. While he and his ex-wife didn't reconcile romantically, Emma's mediation helped them gradually rebuild their relationship. Joe decided to transfer to the General Affairs Department, which had fewer responsibilities and minimal overtime, allowing him to spend more time with Emma and her mother. He no longer held a managerial position, but the freedom from intense pressure seemed to bring him peace. He was reportedly the first to leave the office at 5 p.m., often heading straight out to spend time with Emma. Just the other day, someone mentioned seeing him skipping with joy as he went to a movie with her. The change from the oppressive atmosphere of his former workplace was astonishing. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh, though I secretly felt deeply proud. Meanwhile, back in the planning department, things were also shifting. Thanks to the recognition of my previous work and the success of the company event, I was promoted to department head in my 30s. When I first heard the news, I could hardly believe it. Part of me felt it might be too soon. "Josh, you're perfect for this position. I'll follow you anywhere." "If it's Josh, there's no question he'll do great," my team said, celebrating my promotion as if it were their own. This motivated me to take on new challenges. Taking this opportunity, I decided to propose a few changes. One of my key initiatives was to create a work environment where anyone, regardless of their tenure or position, could freely share their thoughts and ideas. Previously, it had been an unwritten rule that only planning department members could propose event ideas, which I believe stifled creativity. People outside the department could bring fresh perspectives and ideas we might never consider. This enthusiasm bore fruit, and we soon launched a company-wide competition for event proposals. Open to all employees, it was set to be a massive project, and my team was already bustling with preparations. I still have a lot to prove, I thought as I watched my colleagues working hard, inspiring me to push myself even further. One other thing had been on my mind. "Thank you. Could I get 100 grams of potato salad?" "Coming right up. Are the orders all set?" "Just a moment, please." Williams had transformed into a bustling hub, with customers visiting daily. As I predicted, the lunchboxes, which once seemed like they might go to waste, had earned a stellar reputation. Repeat customers steadily increased, and the shop gained popularity through word of mouth and social media. The lunchboxes were particularly beloved, often selling out quickly due to their limited availability. The resurgence of Williams seemed to breathe life back into the entire shopping district. People from outside the area began visiting, restoring the energy and vibrancy the community had lost. "It's all thanks to Mia and Williams," said one shop owner. "I was thinking of closing up, but now I'm going to keep going," said another. "Guess I can't retire just yet," joked a third. Seeing their renewed determination made me realize just how worthwhile that lunchbox's selling day had been. "Mia, great work today." "Oh, Josh. Welcome back. I'll take 2 chicken cutlets today." "Wow, did something good happen?" Mia teased as she quickly packed the order with practiced ease. "Yeah, well, there's someone I'd like to share this with," I said, keeping my tone casual. "Really? Someone, huh?" Mia's face visibly fell. Sensing her mood, I continued with a calm smile. "Mia, would it be okay if I came back after you close up tonight?" "Huh? To my place?" Her eyes widened in surprise, almost as if they might pop out of their sockets. Why would you?" I glanced around to make sure no one was watching and leaned in closer to her. "After everything that's happened, I realized something important, and I want to tell you," I said quietly. "Realized something?" Mia asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I've always liked you, Mia. Ever since we were young. Josh," she whispered, her hand covering her mouth as if to hold back a mix of emotions. I never had the courage to say it, but seeing Joe, Emma's dad, finally express his feelings made me realize I needed to be honest, too. "It might be late, but I'd like to be with you. That makes me so happy, because I've always liked you, too," she said, her voice breaking as a tearful smile spread across her face. "Really? Then, after you close up tonight. But I smell like oil all the time." "I must look terrible," Mia said, laughing nervously. "Come on, what are you saying?" Just then, Emma's voice interrupted us. "Sorry to crash this little love fest." Startled, I froze, but Emma just grinned and playfully nudged us. So, you two finally figured it out, huh? Huh? What do you mean by that? I asked hesitantly, and Emma said, barely holding back her laughter. Oh, come on. It was so obvious, even from the sidelines, it was crystal clear you liked each other, but you two were too clueless to realize it. She gave us a cheeky wave before hurrying back to her car. Her words lingered in my mind as I turned back to Mia, who seemed to be processing the same thing. Suddenly, we both burst out laughing. We're such idiots, aren't we? Mia said, her voice light and cheerful. Maybe we're just two of a kind. Yeah, let's go with that. Our voices echoed through the now lively shopping district, filled with joy and shared relief. People tend to stick rigidly to their assumptions, believing in them as absolute truths. I was no different. If I had stayed overconfident like I was in college, I might have ended up just like Joe. But thanks to the mentors and colleagues who challenged me along the way, I learned to see things differently. Even with everything Joe put me through, I came to understand the deep love he had for his family. That understanding gave me the courage to finally share my feelings with Mia. Life is shaped through connections with others, and I'm grateful for every one of those experiences. From here on, I want to keep working with my team, bringing happiness to as many people as possible while continuing to grow myself. Hey, could you grab us some coffee, old man? That was the first thing said to me after returning to the headquarters for the first time in 10 years. I had spent many years overseas, and now, I had finally returned to the headquarters. But the younger employees, who had no idea who I was, made an incorrect assumption and blurted out those words. Sure. Obeying the order, I went to buy coffee without any complaints. And then, standing in front of the vending machine, I encountered the person of destiny. What are you doing here? The question came from a stunning woman in a suit who suddenly addressed me. Turning to the younger employee who had looked down on me, she spoke firmly. Don't you know how important he is to this company? What? The young employee who had mocked me would later deeply regret his ignorance. My name is Tom. I'm a 36-year-old employee of Sanders Technology, a global corporation with branches worldwide. Ah, gray hair, it's been a rough ride, hasn't it? I murmured softly, staring at my reflection in the elevator mirror. This visit to the headquarters of Sanders Technology was my first in 10 years. 10 years ago, I was suddenly assigned to a branch overseas. Now, at long last, I had achieved my long-awaited return to the headquarters. Ah, here I am. This brings back memories. I arrived on the 15th floor of the building, the sales department floor. As I stepped in, a mix of nostalgia and newness washed over me. The office layout was almost unchanged from back then, but there were hardly any familiar faces. Most of the people were younger employees who seemed to have joined during the past decade, and their curious eyes turned to me. Hey, who's that? He's got an employee badge. Maybe he's a mid-career hire? This late in the year? Yeah, I understand. Feeling all the attention on me, I chuckled inwardly. Suddenly, a particularly striking young man stood up. Hello, nice to meet you. He walked over confidently, dressed in what appeared to be a high-end suit, his expression full of self-assurance. He stood about 6 feet tall, with neatly styled black hair and sharp features. I could tell that everyone else in the office couldn't take their eyes off him either. I heard a rumor that a mid-career hire was joining soon. Is that you? Well. Come on, don't be shy. Whatever. I'm Tyler, leader of the 3rd sales team. The man, who introduced himself as Tyler, snorted lightly and crossed his arms. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in his late 20s. Being a team leader at your age is considered a fast track to success in this company. Though, you definitely have an aura of competence. By the way, sorry to ask so soon, but can you grab us some coffee, old man? What? Every pair of eyes on the floor turned to me. It's part of being the new guy, you know? Right? Tyler looked around, seeking agreement from the others. The other employees exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to respond. Well, all right. I sighed internally and bowed slightly toward him. Understood. I'll be right back. That's the spirit. Tyler smirked and nodded approvingly as I made my way to the vending machine in the hallway. All right, is this enough for everyone? Buying coffee for the entire team was no small feat. With my arms full of cold cans of coffee, I stood up, ready to head back to the office. Just then. What are you doing here? What? A firm, clear voice caught my attention, and I turned to see a woman standing nearby, seemingly out of nowhere. The first thing I noticed was her refined features. Her perfectly tailored suit and striking figure gave her the air of a model. Her serious and intelligent demeanor exuded professionalism, but her expression was blank, almost cold. You must be Tom, correct? Recently assigned to headquarters? Yes. She glanced briefly at my employee ID, her expression purely businesslike. Then, without a hint of emotion, she repeated herself. So, what exactly are you doing here? Well, you see. Just as I was about to explain the situation, a sharp voice echoed through the hallway. Hey, newbie. How long does it take to grab some coffee? Don't tell me you're useless. It was Tyler, clearly irritated by my delay. He marched toward me with large strides, but suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Ms. Sanders. Good evening. The woman, now identified as Ms. Sanders, greeted him in a calm, detached tone. Tyler's eyes widened in surprise, and his cheeks flushed faintly. Could it be that he? Ms. Sanders, perfect timing. I was just teaching our new hire here about the hierarchy. You know, it's all about making a strong first impression. Wearing what could only be described as a smug expression, Tyler slapped my shoulder firmly and said, See? For the first time, a slight change crossed Ms. Sanders' expression. New hire. Yes. He may look like a washed-up old man, but with the right guidance, I'm sure he'll improve. He should be grateful to be placed under me. Someone who studied management at one of Japan's top 3 private universities. Slapping my shoulder repeatedly, Tyler's tone became increasingly smug. As if he were showing off just how capable he was. It seemed he had a soft spot for Ms. Sanders. Hey, old man, go ahead and say hello. She's the CEO's personal secretary. Wow, so that's how it is. I found myself nudged forward, and I was about to bow my head and say nice to meet you to Ms. Sanders. But then, Ms. Sanders. No, that won't be necessary. She glanced at me briefly before continuing in a composed tone. If it were to get out that I had allowed the department head to bow to me, I would surely face reprimands from our CEO. Ha! The dumbfounded voice came from Tyler, who was frozen in place. Ms. Sanders turned her icy gaze toward him and asked, Did you not look at his employee badge? His employee badge? It clearly states Sales Department Head. What? With a look that said, this must be some kind of joke, Tyler stepped in front of me. Then, he stared intently at the employee ID hanging from my chest, as if trying to burn a hole through it. No way, is this for real? In an instant, the color drained from his face. Yes, it's real. I'm not a mid-career hire. My name is Tom, and I've been appointed as the new head of the sales department, replacing the previous head who recently left. I explained how I'd come to introduce myself to the team but was mistakenly taken for a mid-career hire. Tyler, pale and trembling, stammered. I'm so sorry. No, it's partly my fault for not clarifying sooner. Don't worry about it. We're colleagues now, so let's work together. Here. Take this coffee as a gesture of goodwill. No way. I can't accept this. It would be too disrespectful. Well, it would actually be a problem if you didn't take it. My arms, strained from holding the cold and heavy cans, were reaching their limit. I gently but firmly pushed the coffee into Tyler's hands. He stumbled, almost collapsing under the weight. As if the coffee itself carried the gravity of the moment. Ms. Sanders' icy gaze then landed on Tyler, and she delivered a final blow. Tom, our new department head, is one of the most promising candidates to become the next CEO, personally endorsed by our CEO. What? This incident will be reported to the president. Also, I do not know you personally, Tyler, so refrain from addressing me so casually from now on. Her tone was so calm and emotionless that even I felt a chill run down my spine. Tyler, utterly stunned, collapsed to the floor, muttering, "No way." A large number of canned coffees rolled across the floor with a loud, clattering noise. As if she didn't hear it at all, Miss Sanders walked briskly away from the scene. Looking forward to working with you, Tyler. Hastily gathering up the canned coffees, I ran after Miss Sanders. Miss Sanders, wait. No matter how many times I called out, she didn't slow her pace. I quickened my steps and finally caught up with her near the elevator hall. Miss Sanders, right? Thank you for earlier. Is that so? She finally stopped and turned around slowly. Wait. At that moment, something clicked in my mind. Looking at her refined features, I realized I had seen her face before. Could it be that she? Kristen? I said the name with a nostalgic warmth. But Miss Sanders' expression remained unchanged. In fact, her demeanor seemed to grow even colder. Kristen, isn't it? From back when we met at the hospital. You've got the wrong person. She stated it firmly and without the slightest hint of hesitation. This is the first time I've met you, Tom. Though I was informed about you in the documents beforehand. I see. Sorry for saying something strange. Excuse me. She gave a brief, expressionless bow, then pressed the elevator button. As the doors opened, she stepped inside without looking back. The doors closed, and with them, she disappeared from my sight. Wrong person, huh? I thought I'd finally met her again. Watching the door close in front of me. My mind was pulled back to memories from more than 20 years ago. It was during the summer vacation of my 6th grade year. With both my parents working, I had been left in the care of my grandmother. My grandmother had a chronic illness and needed to take the bus twice a week to the town's general hospital. This is so boring. I'm in 6th grade. I can stay home alone. But my grandmother, perhaps worried about leaving me alone, always took me along to the hospital. Still, waiting for her during her appointments left me with nothing to do. Bored and restless, I eventually reached my limit. That's when I decided to explore the hospital. Maybe there's something interesting around here. I wandered aimlessly, looking for something to capture my attention. Before I knew it, I had wandered into the wing with patient rooms. Wait, how do I get back from here? The quiet, sterile air, the sharp smell of disinfectant, and the tense faces of the staff walking by overwhelmed me. A sudden wave of unease hit me. My grandmother's appointment would be finishing soon, and I wanted to return. But I didn't know how to find my way back. What should I do? I almost burst into tears and crouched down at the edge of the hallway. It was at that moment. What's wrong with you? Huh? I heard a voice above my head. When I looked up, standing there was a little girl. Her hair was tied into 2 neat ponytails at the nape of her neck, and she was wearing a white dress. Does something hurt? No, not really. Kristen will cast a spell for you. Pain, go away. The girl, who called herself Kristen, gently placed her hand on my head. And then, she chanted the magic words, pain, go away. Over and over again, gently, as if stroking my head with care. It's okay now. See? It doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Her face lit up with a bright smile, like a flower blooming. That smile remains vivid in my memory, even now. She was so cute, so angelic, to my young eyes back then. Oh, Kristen. Did you make a new friend? Yep. Wait, what? Before I realized it, I had somehow become her friend. Thanks to a passing nurse who found us, I was able to safely return to the waiting room where my grandmother was. After that day, I never complained about accompanying my grandmother to her hospital visits again. Tom. The meeting spot was the courtyard at the center of the hospital. That's where Kristen and I started playing together. Whenever I showed up, she would always greet me with a beaming smile and wave enthusiastically. To be honest, I had always wanted a younger sister, so playing hide-and-seek or tag with her never felt like a chore. I don't want to go home. One day, without thinking, I muttered to myself. Summer vacation was almost over. Soon, I would return to live with my parents. But at night, the house was always eerily quiet until late because they worked so much. I couldn't bring myself to say it to them, but the truth was, I didn't want to go back. Tom, you don't want to go home? Huh? I looked up her, tilting her head in confusion. Then you should say so. If you don't tell them you don't want to, how will they know? Oh. Her words hit me like a bolt of lightning. It was the first time someone, especially someone much younger than me, had said something that seemed to see right through me, how I held back my true feelings out of consideration for my busy parents. You're right. Kristen, you're absolutely right. When I want a hug from mommy or daddy, I say, hug me. Yeah. That night, for the first time, I called my parents and shared how I felt. Could you try to come home earlier at night? I don't like being alone in the house. They were surprised but apologized for not noticing. They even promised to adjust their work schedules to reduce overtime. That experience changed me. Instead of waiting for someone to notice, I realized the importance of expressing my feelings directly. I learned that sometimes, sharing my thoughts without holding back can be beneficial for both sides. It was all thanks to Kristen. Thank you. I decided that the next time I saw her, I would tell her that. But I never saw her again. Kristen won't be coming back anymore. The nurse who knew her told me with a slightly sad smile. And just like that, summer vacation ended. I returned to my parents' home. Even now, more than 20 years later, I can remember it all as if it were yesterday. That little girl waving at me with a radiant smile. Looking back, maybe she was my first love. I hope she's doing well, wherever she is. She must have grown into an incredibly beautiful woman by now. Throughout my life, I've often thought about her. Miss Sanders looked so similar to Kristen that took my breath away. Even with her cold expression, so unlike Kristen's. No way. It's impossible. Such coincidences don't happen. It must just be a coincidence, a case of someone looking similar. Convincing myself of that, I got through my first day as a department head. But that very day, I found myself meeting Miss Sanders again. Tom. It's so good to have you back. In the evening, I was summoned to the CEO's office. When I arrived, the head of Sanders Technology himself, Mr. Sanders, greeted me with a hearty handshake and a firm pat on the shoulder. It's been a while, Mr. Sanders. 10 years. I left you overseas far too long. I'm sorry about that. But you've done outstanding work. Thank you so much. The words of him warmed my heart, filling me with a deep sense of joy. Even before my transfer, he had taken notice of me, placing high expectations on my abilities. My recent appointment as department head was a bold move, made despite opposition from other executives. As expected from the person I trust most to carry the future of this company. I have high hopes for you. Of course. Hearing his words, I felt a renewed determination to give my all moving forward. At that moment, he continued. By the way, to better support you, I've decided to assign you a secretary. A secretary? Yes. She's quite capable. With that, Mr. Sanders used his desk phone to call someone. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door, and it opened. May I help you something, Mr. Sanders? Come in. Tom, let me introduce you. This is Sophia, who is currently serving as my secretary. The woman who entered, impeccably dressed in a suit, was none other than the same Ms. Sanders from earlier. Nice to meet you again. My name is Sophia. I look forward to working with you. She bowed politely, though her expression remained as cold as it had been that morning. She's reliable, but as you can see, she's not exactly the most cheerful person. I hope you'll excuse that, Tom. Mr. Sanders chuckled as he lightly patted Sophia's shoulder. The distance between Mr. Sanders and his secretary seemed unusually close. The reason became clear with his next words. As you might have guessed from her last name, Sophia is actually my daughter. What? Don't we look alike? People often say we don't. I see. She's your daughter. Bowing my head, I processed this unexpected revelation with mixed emotions. It's a pleasure to work with you, Sophia. Saying her name out loud, I felt a strange blend of acceptance and melancholy. I recalled Kristen once mentioning, my dad is a professor. Mr. Sanders had been running Sanders Technology for over 30 years. The name, the family, the upbringing, everything about Sophia and Kristen seemed different. So, she's not the one. Perhaps it was time to finally move on from my first love. Someday, I want to meet Kristen again and thank her. But the dream I've held onto in the corner of my heart for so long now feels impossible to achieve. With a small ache in my chest, I faced Sophia anew. I look forward to working with you, Sophia. And so, she became my secretary, working with me in the sales department. After about a week, I grew accustomed to my responsibilities as department head and found myself observing her more closely. Tom, here's this month's sales performance report. In her usual composed tone, Sophia handed me the report. A single glance at it made my eyes widen in surprise. The report wasn't just a list of numbers, it was filled with meticulous analysis and insightful observations. It detailed the reasons behind a 10% increase in sales compared to the previous month, broken down by industry, client size, and individual sales performance. What astonished me further was the inclusion of concrete improvement suggestions for each area. Did you conduct this analysis yourself, Sophia? Yes. The figures account for the impact of our company's ongoing digital transformation initiatives and recent currency fluctuations. It's incredible. I was genuinely impressed. Her work wasn't just efficient and precise. She consistently anticipated what I needed before I even asked for it. Thank you. I truly appreciate this. Thanks to you, the direction of our department has become much clearer. You're always covering for my shortcomings as a manager. Really, thank you. I'm honored. Sophia gave a slight bow, her expression as neutral as ever. But when she raised her head, I noticed something, just a faint but undeniable glimmer of confidence in her eyes. Maybe she's not as cold as she seems. I'd like to know more about her. Is there anything else you need, Tom? Oh, no, not that. I mean, I want to know more about you, Sophia. About me? Not in a weird way. I just think, since we're working together now, we're teammates. And the more you know about your teammates, the better you can work together, don't you think? Teammates. She muttered softly, and Sophia slightly furrowed her brows. It was a thoughtful expression, a change I had never seen on her face before. Just as I thought, oh, there it is, her expression reverted to its usual calm. I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand. Oh, really? I didn't expect that. I guess even you have things you don't know, Sophia. I'll make sure to study it for next time. No, no, you don't have to take it so seriously. Despite her extraordinary competence, she could be overly serious at times, rigid and inflexible. And yet, that quality made her feel all the more human. Still, I really want to know more about her. In my heart, I secretly thought so. And then, one day, on my way to lunch, I stopped just before turning a corner in the hallway. I overheard voices from some junior employees in the sales department. Do you think Sophia got in through connections? What? Of course. She's the CEO's daughter, it's a given. I've heard she's pretty competent, but is that even true? No way. Either she's just pretending, or someone's helping her behind the scenes. I found myself frowning as I unintentionally eavesdropped. Did you see her attitude today? I'm solely assigned to the department head, so I can't assist you, she said. All I did was ask her a simple question. She probably couldn't answer it anyway. I mean, rumor has it that was that really true? She was the one who, but. At that point, I took a deep breath, turned the corner, and stood in front of the three employees. Hey, can I have a word with you guys? Tom. Oh, good afternoon. They froze in surprise, their faces a mix of guilt and shock. I smiled gently but spoke firmly. You were talking about Sophia, weren't you? Let me tell you this, no one sees her work up close more than I do. Yes, she's the CEO's daughter. But her abilities are the real deal. Oh, I see. And talking behind someone's back isn't right, either. If you have an issue, you should tell her directly. Directly to that Sophia? Exactly. And if that's too difficult, you can always come to me. I'm the department head, and I'll listen anytime. We're a team. And that includes Sophia. Let's work together to build an even better team. I'm still far from being a perfect department head, so I'd appreciate everyone's cooperation. After I added that at the end, the three of them bowed their heads one after another. Yes, Tom. I'm sorry. We promise we won't do anything like this again. I smiled and lightly patted each of their shoulders in turn. Thank you for understanding. Let's do our best this afternoon, together. It seemed my message had gotten through, and I felt a sense of relief as I left the scene. But as I walked down the hallway, I noticed a figure standing ahead. Sophia. Hello. She quickly averted her gaze. Without even glancing at the startled employees, Sophia brushed past me and returned to the office with a blank expression. Did she hear that conversation too? I wondered what she might have thought under her composed exterior. I hoped she wasn't hurt by it. With that wish in mind, I continued to the cafeteria. After lunch, when I returned to the office, Sophia was standing in front of my desk. Sophia, is something wrong? Tom, may I have a moment of your time? Sure, of course. It was the first time she had ever initiated a conversation like this. As I nodded in surprise, she hesitated, a rare occurrence for someone who usually spoke so fluently. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. Thank you for earlier. Huh? Oh, so you heard it after all. Yes. You stood up for me. It wasn't a big deal. I just did what anyone would. It made me happy. What? She clearly put her feelings into words. It was the first time she had done so since becoming my secretary, and, surprised, I couldn't help but feel my cheeks soften into a smile. It's only natural. You're an important member of the sales team, Sophia. Important, am I? Of course. That's why. I didn't mind being ignored. With that thought, I extended my hand toward her. Let's keep working together. I'm counting on you. Her eyes wavered slightly as she stared at my outstretched hand. And then. Yes. Likewise, Tom. Sophia. She reached out and shook my hand. A cool, firm grip. From that day forward, something shifted in her. For example, it's like, well, just a metaphor, or a joke, really. Yes. I think I understand. Though her expression remained stoic, she began nodding slightly at my jokes. Tom, it seems there's a problem in the second sales team. She started proactively observing the department, quietly supporting not just me but also the other employees. And she continued to perform her duties as a department secretary flawlessly. Her efforts gradually changed the way others viewed her. Then, one day, the major project our sales department had been working on culminated in a successful contract. We did it. Mr. Sanders will be thrilled. The office was abuzz with excitement after the successful conclusion of the major project. Overwhelmed with joy, I found myself standing up and unconsciously grabbing both of Sophia's hands. Oh, sorry. I got carried away. Even though we'd grown a little closer recently, that was clearly too much. Seeing her freeze with no reaction, I hastily let go of her hands. And then, yes. It's wonderful news. Her lips curving ever so slightly. It was a small, but unmistakable smile, her first smile since we'd met. Ah! I let out a soft exclamation, surprised. That smile reminded me vividly of another one from long ago. Is something wrong, Tom? No, it's just... Sophia, your smile is so beautiful. It caught me off guard. What? Had she not realized she was smiling? Her eyes widened slightly, and then a faint blush spread across her cheeks. She really does resemble her. A mix of nostalgia and a new emotion welled up inside me. The feelings I had carried for Kristen all this time and the emotions I now felt for Sophia, who stood right in front of me. Confused by the changes within myself, I couldn't stop noticing the sound of my heartbeat since a moment ago. Could it be that I... Later, a celebratory dinner party was organized to commemorate the success of the project. I arrived a little late due to work and stepped into the banquet room at the Tapas bar. The party was already in full swing, and some of the employees were sporting slightly flushed faces. Tom, this way. Sophia, who had gone ahead, guided me to a seat next to her. Thanks. Is everyone here now? Yes. Shall we make another toast? No need. Let's not disrupt the mood, they're enjoying themselves. I looked around at the employees, who were enjoying a well-deserved break from their hard work. With a feeling of thank you for all you've done so far. Then, my eyes were suddenly drawn to someone sitting in the corner of the banquet hall. Hey! We're out of beer here. Someone, hick, order more. Raising an empty beer mug was none other than Tyler. Since my appointment as department head, he had noticeably faded into the background. Whether it was the shock of my promotion or the blunt rejection he'd received from Sophia, he had lost his spark. His performance had slipped, and he was no longer among the department's top achievers. Interestingly, his former subordinates, who once worked under his domineering management, were now thriving and producing stellar results. Damn it! No one listens to me anymore. This isn't how it's supposed to be. He already seemed pretty drunk. With his face bright red and his eyes unfocused, he sat alone, quietly downing beer after beer. The other employees were keeping their distance, deliberately avoiding him. Even so, he's one of my team members. As his manager, I should talk to him, even if he resents it. Just as I started to get up, Tyler was the first to rise to his feet. Then, with unsteady steps, he began walking straight toward the table where Sophia and I were sitting. Hey there, Sophia. As if he couldn't see me at all, Tyler spoke only to Sophia. He plopped down heavily next to her and clinked his glass against hers without asking. This is your first time coming to a drinking party, huh? Let's have a drink together. No, She wore an almost imperceptible look of confusion that only I could catch. Sophia placed her glass down and declined Tyler's invitation. "Huh? That's just water, isn't it? You're not drinking? Well, I'm not good with alcohol." "What? Seriously? Come on, that's no fun." Before anyone could stop him, Tyler quickly poured beer into Sophia's glass. It was almost too fast for someone supposedly drunk. He shoved the glass toward her. "Here, just one. You know how Tom always says, we're a team, right? And teammates bond over drinks. No, stop it. I was so happy to become teammates with you, Sophia. I'm not giving up on you." With a creepy smirk, he pushed the glass even closer to Sophia's face. In that instant, "Tyler, stop." I stood up and grabbed his wrist. "Did you not hear her say no? You've had too much to drink. It's time for you to go home." The other employees nodded in agreement with my words. Tyler's smile faded from his face. "Oh, I see." His voice dropped to a low growl. "You guys don't know, do you? Who Sophia really is?" Sophia's expression froze. The employees began murmuring, "What's he talking about?" Tyler's eyes narrowed sharply, and he pointed straight at Sophia. "If you won't say it, I will. That you just have a high school diploma." The color drained from Sophia's face. The room went silent as if someone had poured ice water over it. "Shocking, isn't it?" Tyler scanned the room as he continued. "She's only here because she's the CEO's daughter. She acts all high and mighty, but she never even went to college. While the rest of us studied day and night, cramming for tough entrance exams to get into this company, she just waltzed in. Must be nice to start on a whole different level, huh? Tyler." I cut him off sharply, raising my voice. "Enough. Stop this, now." But it was too late. Sophia's pale shoulders trembled, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes. "Sorry. Here's enough to cover both of us." I pulled all the bills from my wallet and shoved them into the hand of a nearby employee. "Let's go, Sophia." "What?" I grabbed her hand as tears threatened to spill and led her out of the party. We left the tapas bar, walking in silence for a while. I glanced sideways at her trembling shoulders, unsure of what to say. What kind of words could ease this pain? Finally, as we reached a quiet, deserted street, Sophia suddenly came to a stop. "Tom." Her trembling voice broke the silence. "Why do you defend me?" "What?" I turned to face her in surprise. Under the moonlight, tears glistened as they streamed down her cheeks. "It's because I'm the CEO's daughter, isn't it?" Her voice was stiff, reminiscent of when we had first met. She continued in a detached tone. "Because you feel obligated to treat me differently, as someone my father forced into this company?" "No." I said it firmly, without hesitation. "It's because it's wrong. Wrong to assume someone hasn't worked hard based on baseless rumors. I've seen you, every day during your lunch breaks, studying management and sales in the office. I know how much effort you put in." "What?" Sophia's eyes widened in surprise. But soon after, she averted her gaze, lowering her eyes as if to avoid looking at me. "But, it's true that I only graduated high school. My father didn't allow me to go to college. Mr. Sanders didn't. He said I should learn by doing. That being at his side would teach me more than any university could. That was something I hadn't known." It sounded exactly like something Mr. Sanders, who valued results over credentials, would say. "Look at me, Sophia. Tom. Your abilities are undeniably real. The things you've learned by staying at your father's side. The effort you've made to grow, they don't vanish just because people find out you didn't go to college. And even now, you keep striving to improve. I see that, And that's why I respect you. That's why I can't help but want to defend you. What? Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply. Tears, large and glistening, streamed down her face one after another. But, it's enough, she said softly after hesitating for a moment. If you keep standing up for me, your position could be at risk. You were already promoted at my father's insistence. And some in upper management still opposed the decision. Sophia. Her words made my chest tighten painfully. Even while dealing with her own struggles, she was thinking about others. She isn't just cold after all. She truly has a kind heart as well. So that's it, because I realized you're that kind of woman. I like you. What? I can't stand the thought of you being hurt or risking your position because of me. It's unbearable, because I like you, Tom. She looked straight into my eyes. The confession Sophia spoke left me breathless. I've liked you for a long time. And maybe, just maybe, I thought you might feel the same. That's why you defended me. But I'm sorry for assuming so. Her voice grew smaller and smaller as she looked down again. Without thinking, I grabbed her shoulders. That might be true. Huh? Maybe I don't want you to get hurt. Maybe I'd risk my position to protect you, because it's true. Because I like you, too. The moment I said those words, Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. It's true. I like you, Sophia. Ever since I started spending time with her, my thoughts of Kristen had faded day by day, replaced entirely by thoughts of Sophia. Without realizing it, I had moved on from my long-forgotten first love. Really? Her face crumpled with emotion. Seeing her eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of spilling, I gently reached out my hand. It's true. That's why I want to see your smile, Sophia. Tom. She flung herself into my chest with force. I hesitated for a moment, then, gathering my courage, wrapped my arms around her trembling back. Tom. With her face buried in my chest, she sobbed openly. She must have endured so much, silently bearing the weight of others' judgments. Frustrated at my inability to protect her sooner, I bit my lip. But I promise you this, from now on. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Hoping she could feel my resolve, I tightened my embrace around her. 1 month later. Good morning, Sophia. Good morning, Tom. She returned my greeting with a shy but warm smile. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but feel a swell of affection. We were now secretly dating. By the way, about what you mentioned yesterday, Tom. Here are the results of the investigation. You already looked into it? That's amazing. It's part of my job. Also, here's the document you requested. Her unchanging competence and professionalism, combined with her ability to separate work and personal matters, never ceased to impress me. With every new side of her I discovered, my feelings for her grew even stronger. Thanks to her support, I was managing my duties as sales manager smoothly. But just when everything seemed to be going so well, a storm cloud suddenly loomed over us. Something seems off. One day, I noticed a strange atmosphere in the office. As Sophia and I discussed work, I could feel the employees stealing glances at us and whispering in hushed tones. Is there some kind of trouble? I approached one of the male employees, puzzled, and asked. Startled, he looked at me, then averted his eyes awkwardly. I recognized him. He was one of the employees who had gossiped about Sophia in the hallway before. I've told you before, if there's an issue, come to me. I'll listen to anything. Well, he exchanged uneasy looks with the others before hesitating, then finally mustered the courage to speak. Actually, there's a rumor going around the sales department. A rumor? Yes, that you, Tom, might have been promoted to manager not because of your abilities but because you cozied up to Mr. Sanders. What? Since being promoted at an unusually young age, I'd mentally prepared myself for skepticism. but hearing it directly from my team shook me. It felt as if the foundation I had painstakingly built was crumbling beneath me. And there's more. People are saying you've been bragging wherever you go, claiming that the department's recent success is entirely your doing. Everyone's heard the rumors. What? Where did such lies even come from? Honestly, I'm not sure where it started. No one seemed to know the source of the rumors. Still, one face came to mind. Suspecting a subordinate might make me a failure as a manager, but could it really be you? After that, the rumors didn't die down, instead, they spread even further. Of course, they eventually reached Sophia's ears as well. I'm so sorry, because of me, you're now caught up in this mess too. That's not true. You've done nothing wrong, Sophia. It's my failure, I couldn't unify the team. Her expression, which had only recently begun to brighten, darkened again because of my shortcomings. But how could I quell these rumors? How could I make everyone recognize her true capabilities? I was lost in thought when it happened. A major incident put her in the biggest crisis of her career. It's finally here, Sophia. The big day. Yes, it is. On this day, Sophia appeared more nervous than usual. If this deal goes through, our company will greatly expand its market share overseas. It's an opportunity we can't afford to lose. Even I'm feeling the pressure. This negotiation, combined with a critical meeting, was one of the most important events in Sanders Technologies' history. The significance of the occasion meant that not only department heads but also executives, including Mr. Sanders himself, were attending. As the representative of the sales department, I was tasked with delivering the presentation to the international client. But we've prepared thoroughly up to today, so everything will be fine. And thanks to all your analysis and materials, I feel confident. Yes. I'll provide all the support I can during the meeting. For you, Tom. With a small smile, she gently placed her hand on my back. Could there be any encouragement more reassuring than this? Confidence surged through my chest, and I became certain that I could make the business deal a success. At precisely 1 p.m., the meeting began. In the large conference room, the tension in the air was palpable as I started my presentation. Pointing to the materials displayed on the screen, I spoke with both confidence and a touch of nervousness. Our new product addresses existing issues while incorporating groundbreaking features. The international clients seated at the center nodded and occasionally widened their eyes in surprise, signaling their growing interest. Their reactions reassured me that the presentation was resonating. By the way, the presentation I'm giving is in English. Thanks to my experience working at the US branch, I seem to be conveying the content effectively, which is a relief. Interesting. As I neared the end of my presentation, I heard Keith, the executive vice president, murmur softly. Keith had been one of the staunchest opponents of Mr. Sanders' decision to promote me to sales manager. Mr. Sanders had personally entrusted this project to me. Prove your ability and silence the remaining opposition, he had said. Thank you, Mr. Sanders, I thought, glancing at him. When I sent a glance his way, Mr. Sanders met my eyes and gave me a firm nod. A gentle smile was on his face. Buoyed by his encouragement, I continued my presentation with even greater conviction. Please look at this graph. I gave a signal to Sophia, who was controlling the slides, and the screen transitioned to the next slide. This projection illustrates the potential market growth. With the adoption of our product, we guarantee a 150% increase in revenue compared to the previous fiscal year. At that moment, the client abruptly stood from their chair. Then, to my astonishment, they broke into loud applause. Ha! I exchanged a surprised, delighted glance with Sophia, and we both broke into smiles. Not only had the client been convinced by the presentation, but they were also openly praising it. Thank you so much. I bowed deeply as well, expressing my heartfelt gratitude. But then, it happened. The unexpected trouble arose shortly afterward. I have a few questions. Is that all right? The client conveyed those words to me. I replied, of course, and mentally prepared the answers I had rehearsed in advance, or so I thought. All right, then, first. Ha! At that moment, it wasn't just me and Sophia who were caught off guard. The words spoken by the client froze the entire atmosphere of the meeting room. Why? Because the question wasn't in English or Japanese, for that matter. It was spoken in an entirely different language. Well. As I struggled to respond, the client tilted their head in confusion, seemingly realizing their question hadn't gotten through, and repeated it. Tom. Looking flustered, Sophia whispered to me from behind. And just then, someone in the back of the meeting room suddenly stood up. Hurry up and translate, Sophia. That person was one of the sales team leaders who had joined the meeting for future planning. It was Tyler, wearing a fearless smile on his face. What? Me? Yes. I heard you're fluent in multiple languages. You're so talented, Sophia, so I figured this would be a breeze for you. Why not have her translate, everyone? No way. When I turned around, Sophia was shaking her head vigorously. I'd never heard her say anything like that. In fact, she had often mentioned lacking confidence even in English. Really? That's odd. I'm sure I heard it directly from Sophia herself. What? Sophia's shock was apparent, but Tyler raised his voice even louder. It was as if he wanted everyone in the room to hear. Did you lie to make yourself look good? Pretending to be better than a high school graduate? No sooner had he said that than another person stood up. Who are you? State your name. It was Mr. Sanders, the CEO, glaring at Tyler with a severe expression. His intensity made everyone, including Tyler, hold their breath. Even the client, whose question had been left hanging, looked perplexed, unsure of what to say. The tension in the air was as tight as a drawn string. At that point, it was no longer a situation where a business negotiation could take place. Everyone must have thought so. And then, it happened. My apologies for the inconvenience. All eyes turned to the person who had spoken. Clearing their throat, the individual smiled at the client and said, I'm ready now. I'll answer your questions myself. What? It was Tyler who let out an astonished shout. Pointing a sharp finger at me, he exclaimed, You were transferred to America, weren't you? How can you speak not just English but French, too? Yes, the words I had just addressed to the client were in French. And judging by their relieved expression, the meaning had clearly gotten through. Regarding your first question, our new product utilizes cutting-edge technology that we've developed in-house. This enables it to adapt to rapidly changing conditions while optimizing performance in real time. Wow! But then, what about the cost issue? There's no need to worry about that either, because as the Q&A continued in French, Tyler's jaw seemed to drop further with each exchange. It was the very picture of being left speechless. Watching that scene out of the corner of my eye, I found myself remembering the 10 years I had spent before returning to the headquarters. Wait, I'm being transferred to America. I still vividly remember the shock I felt when I was suddenly handed the transfer notice. At 26 years old, I had just gotten comfortable with my work, started earning recognition from my peers, and was ready to take off in my career. Tom, you're the only one I can count on for this. Please, I'm begging you. Mr. Sanders. Please, lift your head. The truth is, our sales performance in the US market has plummeted. The local team alone doesn't seem capable of turning things around. I need you to go to the US branch and help rebuild it. But, why me? You may be young, but I've been impressed by your sales skills, adaptability, and quick thinking in tight situations. I hear about your achievements all the time. If anyone can solve the issues there, it's you. I'm counting on you, Tom. Mr. Sanders. The responsibility was enormous, far too heavy for one person to bear. But Mr. Sanders, after exhausting every possible option, entrusted me with his final hope. That sentiment was painfully clear from the expression on his face. Understood. I'll go. Really? You'll do it, Tom? Yes. I wanted to live up to the expectations of Mr. Sanders, who had supported me since my first day at the company. Fueled by a sense of duty, I left for the US a month later. My name's Tom. I'm from the headquarters office in Japan. It's a pleasure to meet you all. At the US branch, I was officially there as a young employee gaining experience. Behind the scenes, however, I was tasked with overhauling the sales strategy entirely. But it wasn't easy, as I quickly learned. Who does this outsider think he is? Just go back to Japan. The local staff watched my every move with suspicion, wondering what this young guy from Japan was up to. The senior executives, in particular, refused to pay any attention to my proposals. In times like these, things are probably the same in Japan and America. So, I began by earning their trust. I arrived at the office first every morning and stayed the latest at night. I shadowed the sales reps, observing how they worked. During breaks, I struck up conversations, listened to their stories about American culture, local customs, and the challenges they faced. You're not so bad after all. I've got a new opinion of you. One day, a veteran staff member who had been particularly cold toward me said this. Encouraged by this shift, I moved to the next step. Let's conduct a thorough market analysis. After making that proposal in the meeting, I personally visited each client, one by one, to directly listen to their needs and concerns. Through these efforts, I uncovered the reason behind the declining sales. The products imported from Japan didn't quite align with local needs. In response, I developed a new sales strategy. Let's offer tailored proposals that address each client's specific concerns and requests, such as product customization or after-sales service. Initially skeptical, the staff began to cooperate after hearing the direct feedback I'd gathered from clients. United as one, the US branch worked tirelessly, and after about a year, we began to see results. We secured a major new client, repaired strained relationships with existing ones, and by the following year, we had achieved a 150% increase in sales compared to the previous year. Fantastic! You've delivered results beyond my expectations, Tom. Mr. Sanders was overjoyed by my report. I felt a wave of relief and joy, thinking I could finally return to Japan. But then, I have a proposal. Could you transfer to our French branch next? What? There seems to be an issue over there as well. Given your incredible work rebuilding the US branch, I know you're the right person for the job. But I don't even speak French. You'll figure it out. This is a direct order from the CEO. What? No way. And so, I was practically forced to head to France next. You did great. Now, for your next assignment. Again. After resolving the French branch's issues in about 2 years, I was sent to Vietnam. Then Italy, then China. Whenever a branch faced a problem, I was dispatched under the guise of a CEO's directive, moving from country to country. Of course, I had no choice but to pick up each language through sheer immersion. The hectic pace of life made time fly, and before I knew it, 10 years had passed. Thank you so much, Tom. Thanks to you, every branch has stabilized. Now, can you finally return to Japan? Are you sure? For real this time. Absolutely. On the other end of the line, I could almost feel Mr. Sanders nodding confidently. But what came next left me speechless. Once you're back, I plan to appoint you as the new head of sales. Additionally, I'm naming you one of the candidates for the next company CEO. What? No way. After returning to Japan, Mr. Sanders explained. By the time I had successfully restructured the US branch, Mr. Sanders had already listed me as a top candidate for the next company CEO. To convince those around him, he planned for me to produce results at various branches around the world. Even so, there were objections to my appointment as department head, with some saying, "Isn't he too young?" But Mr. Sanders pushed past the opposition and promoted me to the position. As for why I hesitated to answer that earlier question, it was because it caught me off guard. And I couldn't recall my French quickly enough in the moment. With a message that I could handle French, Chinese, or any other language as long as I was prepared, I shot a sharp glare at Tyler. His face turned pale, and he quietly slipped out of the meeting room, trying to stay unnoticed. That was incredible. Despite the hiccups, this has been the most satisfying negotiation I've ever experienced. The client, their voice trembling with emotion, opened their arms wide. They then approached me and gave me a powerful, heartfelt hug. "So then, of course, let's sign the contract immediately." A thunderous round of applause erupted in the meeting room. Led by Mr. Sanders, everyone turned to me, clapping and smiling. When I glanced back, Sophia stood there as well, her eyes glistening with emotion as she clapped and smiled at me. That, more than anything, filled me with happiness. "Thank you. I look forward to working with you." And with that, I successfully closed the deal. Despite the earlier troubles, the meeting concluded smoothly. After the meeting, we escorted the client to the entrance. Then, Sophia and I exchanged glances. "Good work, Tom. And thank you for everything." "No, thank you, Sophia. I couldn't have done it without you." Just then, the automatic doors behind us opened. When we turned around at the same time, standing there was, "Because of you, it's all over now." His bloodshot eyes darted around, and he muttered to himself, his words incomprehensible. His demeanor was clearly off. "Tyler, you should have just taken the embarrassment. If you had, I could have saved you." "Calm down, Tyler," I said softly, trying not to provoke him. I shielded Sophia, who was trembling with fear, as I cautiously increased the distance between us and him. But it only made things worse. "I'm talking to Sophia. Get out of my way, you meddler." He suddenly raised his head, spitting as he shouted in fury. And then, in the next instant, "Stupid high school graduate!" He charged toward Sophia, who was standing behind me, raising his fist. "Ah! Kristen!" I quickly pulled her into my arms, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. But Tyler wasn't stopping. "Stop showing off. You, both of you." What he picked up was a potted plant from the entrance. He lifted it unsteadily, wobbling on his feet, and raised it high above his head. "Take this." Shouting those words, he swung the pot down toward us, but in that very moment, "Stop it!" A deep, commanding voice echoed through the room, stopping everyone in their tracks. Tyler dropped the pot with a loud thud, and it shattered on the ground. "Mr. Sanders." It's a good thing I decided to check on the situation. "Tyler, you're from the sales department, correct? What do you think you're doing to my daughter and Tom?" "Oh, Mr. Sanders' words seemed to snap Tyler out of his rage. He began trembling, his face pale as he clutched his head. "No, it's not what it looks like. I was just. We'll talk later. For now, escort him to the CEO's office and keep an eye on him." "What?" At those words, security personnel who had accompanied Mr. Sanders stepped forward, grabbing Tyler by the shoulders and arms from behind. "Let go of me. Mr. Sanders, please, I was only trying to." Despite his protests, Tyler was forcefully led away into the building. "Sophia." I turned around, worried about her. She stood there, frozen, clearly shaken by the ordeal. "Sophia, are you all right?" Mr. Sanders approached her gently, prompting her to finally speak. "Who's Kristen?" "Ha? Just now, Tom, you called me Kristen." "Oh." It was only then that I realized what I had done. In the heat of the moment, while protecting Sophia, I had instinctively shouted Kristen. I knew it. I was never really here. Her voice cracked, and her face crumpled with emotion. Before I could respond, Sophia turned her back to me and bolted toward the street outside the office. Sophia! Wait, Tom. Just as I was about to give chase, Mr. Sanders grabbed my shoulder and stopped me. Let her be, Tom. She needs some time alone. Besides, I have something I need to discuss with you. Something to discuss. We headed to a nearby cafe. After a long silence, Mr. Sanders finally spoke in a quiet voice. Did you know? No, what, exactly? About Sophia. Or rather, about Kristen. What? Mr. Sanders had unmistakably said Kristen. While I was struck speechless, he revealed an even more startling truth. Sophia isn't my biological daughter. Back when she was still Kristen, she had real parents. They were my younger brother and his wife. What does that mean? Does Sophia know about this? She doesn't. Or rather, she has no memory of it whatsoever. She has no memories from before she was 8 years old. Looking straight into my eyes, Mr. Sanders told me this. And so, the story of Kristen's past began. Kristen's parents had originally met as patients in the same hospital, both battling the same illness. While enduring their difficult treatments together, they grew close and eventually fell in love. Fortunately, their health improved, and after both were discharged from the hospital, they got married. Before long, they were blessed with a lovely daughter and enjoyed happy days together as a family of 3. But then, tragically, my brother and his wife's illnesses relapsed at the same time. They were hospitalized again, and Kristen came to live with me. Every day, she would visit her parents and perform little magic spells to take away their pain. But Mr. Sanders explained that he met Kristen shortly before her parents passed away. First, it was his younger brother, and then his wife. As if they were leaving for heaven together, they passed away one after another. Dad, Mom, don't leave me all alone. Kristen, who had never cried once during her parents' hospitalization, wailed uncontrollably at the funeral. And after crying herself to exhaustion, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, all of her memories until that point were gone. No way. It was too much for her to bear. Her mind shut away the memories to protect her, along with the name her parents gave her. Kristen. As he finished speaking, Mr. Sanders covered his face with both hands, as if he were about to confess a sin from his past. I thought it was for the best at the time. If my only niece could live happily without the burden of her past, there was no need to force her to remember. So I gave her a new name, Sophia, and legally changed it. After formally taking her in, he told her she had been his daughter from the very beginning. He went to great lengths to keep anything that might remind her of her biological parents completely out of her life. And after spending over 20 years together as parent and child, the president was now questioning whether it had truly been the right decision. Even without her memories, she knows something is missing. She struggled with it her entire life, wondering who she really is. Ah. Tom. Mr. Sanders leaned forward, placing both hands on the table, and bowed his head to me. Please, go to her. If anyone can help her, it's you. I nodded, and after leaving the cafe, I headed to a nearby park. Mr. Sanders had told me that Sophia always went there when she was troubled. Sure enough, I found her sitting alone on a bench. Sophia. I called softly. She slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. Tom. Her voice trembled as she looked at me. Since I was a child, I've always felt like something was missing. Like there was something important that I'd forgotten. Yeah. I sat down next to her gently. I can't remember anything from before I turned 8. What did I forget? And was the person I was before really me? Tears that had stopped briefly began to fall again, rolling down her cheeks. The real me doesn't exist. Who am I? Was it truly me that you said you loved, Tom? Sophia. Before I realized it, I had wrapped her in a tight embrace. No, Sophia. You're here. Right now, you're standing here in front of me. What? The person I fell in love with is you. The brilliant, composed Sophia, who sometimes struggles with jokes but takes her work more seriously than anyone else and is kinder than anyone else. Tom. Her eyes widened in surprise. Even without her memories, the kindness Kristen once had was still alive within her. Even in her own moments of struggle, she always found ways to encourage me with a smile. That kindness is why I fell in love with her. And as I got to know her more, my feelings only deepened. That's why. It's okay if you can't remember. Your past, your present, and your future, all of it, I love you, Sophia. Tom. The moment she called my name, a particularly large tear rolled down her cheek. I've always been so scared. Scared of connecting with others when I didn't even know myself. I ran away for so long. I understand. I thought if I acted cold, people would stay away, and I convinced myself that was fine. Yeah. But, breaking off her words, she took a deep breath. Then, she looked straight into my eyes. But you were different, Tom. You stayed, faced me, accepted me, and now, you've embraced all of me. At that moment, she smiled, narrowing her eyes. It was the gentlest and most beautiful smile she had ever shown me, and as she smiled, she gently took my hand in hers. Thank you, truly, thank you. Because of you, I think I can finally start liking myself. Sophia. I want to love the version of me that you love. I want to tell everyone that this is who I am. From now on. Yeah. Will you watch over me, Tom? Even if I stumble along the way? Of course. I'll always be by your side, no matter what. As I said those words, I embraced Sophia once more. This time, she hugged me back tightly, holding me close. Sophia. I have one request for you, too. A request. In the end, Tyler faced severe consequences for his actions. His interference during the presentation and his attack on us were treated seriously, and he was dismissed from the company. Under Mr. Sanders' firm questioning, Tyler confessed to everything. Secretly, he used my office computer to send an email to a client under my name. In the email, he told a French client, "Our company has staff with excellent language skills. So feel free to conduct the Q&A session in your native language instead of English." He had deliberately orchestrated a situation where Sophia would struggle with translation, planning to step in as her savior and raise his own standing. He also confessed to being the one who spread malicious rumors about us. I deeply apologize. By the time Tyler left the company, he seemed like a completely different person, quiet and subdued, his spirit broken. Every time he saw Sophia or me, he would bow and apologize repeatedly. I want to believe that he truly regretted his actions. I can only hope that somewhere else, he's starting over with humility and building a better future for himself. The changes in Sophia had become a major topic of discussion within the sales department. Would it be alright if I joined you for lunch? What? Of course. Please join us. Thank you, that makes me happy. Sophia had come to accept herself, including the loss of her memories, and began taking steps toward her future. As part of that journey, she started engaging with others proactively, expressing her thoughts, sharing smiles, and opening herself up to those around her. Sophia, I'm sorry. We were wrong. No, I should be the one apologizing. Her transformation inspired those around her. People began to truly appreciate her efforts and talents and re-evaluated not just her but also me. They even apologized for believing in the rumors about us. Thank you, everyone, and there's something I'd like to say. It's human nature to be swayed by rumors sometimes. But what matters most is what happens afterward. To see and hear for themselves whether the rumors were true. And if they were wrong, to honestly admit it and change their perspective. That's what's important. My words carried across, and everyone listened intently. Let's use this to become an even better team. I'm counting on all of you. When I bowed my head, they responded with a loud yes, followed by thunderous applause. And no secrets from the team, Tom, all right? Yeah, so, when are you going to tell us about you and Sophia? Wait, what? Had they already figured it out? Sophia and I exchanged glances and gave each other a wry smile. Then, both of us, a little embarrassed, began with, actually. As time passed, and the sales department, now united as one team, began achieving even better results than before. Sophia and I visited a cemetery one day. This is my real parents' grave. My father told me about it. Together, we knelt before the gravestone marked with the name Sanders. After offering a prayer, Sophia turned to me with a warm smile. Thank you, Tom. It was because you told me to talk to my father that I was finally able to face him properly. And even after hearing that I was once Kristen, it didn't feel real. My memories didn't come back. But it's fine that way, Sophia said, narrowing her eyes. That's okay. My father didn't let me go to university because he wanted to protect me. My real father had been a professor. And he worried I might recover my memories if I went down a similar path. Instead, he taught me everything he knew himself. That's how much he cared about me. Even while shielding me from my past, my father still gave me a connection to them. You're still the father I love so much, and you always will be. Saying that, Sophia broke into a radiant, beaming smile. Mom, Dad, I have someone I want to support now. Look, isn't he wonderful? When she introduced me, I looked up at the sky and spoke as well. Nice to meet you. Your daughter has always supported me. I want to be someone who can support her just as much. Together, we'll support each other and find happiness. I was sure our promise was carried on the wind to where her parents were watching over us. Shall we go, Sophia? Next stop is to meet Mr. Sanders. Are you nervous, Tom? Of course. Laughing together, we naturally reached for each other's hands. Together, the two of us began walking toward the future. As if someone were blessing us along the way. A gentle breeze continued to wrap around us, as if blessing our journey. It's only natural for people to be swayed by words or rumors, it's part of being human. But what truly matters is seeking out the truth for yourself, verifying what's real and what's not. To move forward toward the future you aspire to. To protect the smiles of those you hold dear. And always, express your feelings through words. Because those words can strengthen the bond between you and someone special. Who knows? A future you never imagined might be waiting just ahead.